degrees at 7:30 in the morning feels so different than 62 degrees at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Like if I walked outside at 3 o'clock and it was 62 degrees, oh boy, it's chilly. You walk outside, it's 62 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's like, man, what the hell? What's going on here?
My educated guess for that is it's got to be the sun, right? The sun just kind of changes everything.
That would make sense, man. I don't know.
Because the sun is like bearing down on you.
That makes sense. I don't know. I walked out. I was like, man, it's hot. And I looked at the phone. It was 62. Like, what?
Yeah,
it's at least 89.
Sometimes I don't know where they be having their temperature, their thermometer at. Because they be talking about 75. Nah, bro, come on, man. It's no lower than 88 right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man. It's hot. It is hot. It's all good, man. Welcome in, everybody. That's right. We going sleepless, baby.
Yes, sir.
We going sleepless, baby. Let's go.
Kirk, I got an interesting story. I'll tell you about that during the show. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was. But you know, he's good for that, man, because he can speak on it.
What you talking about, TC? It was probably my two brothers. Your two brothers.
What?
Oh.
That's funny. Typo's gone wrong. That's funny. It's kind of what the NBA playoffs are saying to us.
I feel like everybody's walked away from basketball today as I looked for content. Nobody wanted to talk about anything that sparked my interest.
Sure didn't.
Cheryl and B. Moore. Cheryl and Cabo.
Why didn't you take me with you? Cheryl and Cabo. Oh, just wait. Just come back at 147. Man, if the Kings don't draft Shaedon Sharpe, man, they stupid. It's like not drafting Luka.
This is open and shut case.
It's gonna be in full effect.
Open and shut cases.
It's gonna be in full effect. All right. I'm just gonna tuck mine in.
Am I intimidating out here? You know, you got to tuck the chain in.
I was looking at the stream and I reached in because like this is like a weird hoodie I'm wearing, and it's kind of like Stephen A vibes to have the new necklace sticking out. So I was like, I realized I'm looking like Red. I'm just gonna tuck mine in like Kenny about to snatch my smoothie chain as the show starts.
And Stephen A, my guy, you know, I still got love for Stephen A. And I definitely don't agree with him a lot of the times, and he said some things this week I definitely don't agree with. I need to have a talk with Stephen A. to be perfectly honest.
Do that,
but that chain situation that he has going on is completely. It's a bigger button-up shirt.
Yep,
and it's like the first button is unbuttoned, and he's trying to tuck the chain out of this. Not even a natural.
It doesn't work. It doesn't sit. I think mine can sit here.
Yeah, yours is fine. That's what I was trying to say. Yours is fine.
It sits. It's just it's not really like a flat. It's chain etiquette. There's chain etiquette. That's what I'm saying. This is chain etiquette.
That's a nice sleeveless hoodie, by the way.
It's actively black. That's what it is, man. It's good stuff.
That's what I'm talking about.
High end athlete leisure wear, man. I think that's what their promo is. But yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's hard to get. I've tried to order 5, 6, 7 different items. Oh yeah, no, great. No, that's sold out unless you were small. No, that's sold out unless you 4X. Okay, all right, brother. Can we, replenish something like that?
Well, I mean, not everybody has the 29-inch pythons. That Damien has. He says his prayers, eats his vitamins, has his blue Hulkamania weights. Not everybody has that. Some people can just go with the size small.
That's right.
Damien, hey man, this guy's next level.
That's right. I've got my Hulkamania training set. I had the Tiger on repeat. That's how we roll.
Do you have the weave, the extension that Hulk had?
Oh no, I didn't do that. I'm trying to hold on to my hair. I don't need the I don't need the Hulk Hogan hairdo. Like I'm
Hulk Hogan had a weave before they was even popping. Had the blonde weave.
Hogan was bald at like 20. Like Hogan has looked 40 since he was like 20. Like that's yeah. Hulkamania running wild, brother, with my blue workout set. I really did have one of those blue workout sets.
Oh, for
I
sure.
used to think
that was my thing.
I used to think the 2.5 pound weight said 25 pounds. So I was convinced like I was super strong in lifting major weights. It wasn't until my grandma shattered my whole world and told me, honey, that says 2.5, not 25. You're not lifting 50 pounds. You're lifting 5.
See, grandma, don't kill my dreams.
My grandma kept it a little too real. Like, just let me have this one, grandma.
You're weak. You're weak, son.
You be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
And the Mavericks did just that last night as they somehow grabbed the victory against the Golden State Warriors. And, man, there's a lot we can say about this game, particularly the Kenny Caraway line of this team is a one-trick pony. When they hit threes, they're as dangerous as they come. But, and don't get it twisted, hitting threes is the reason the lead grew. Missing threes is the reason the comeback happened. We'll dive into all of that, but Jason Kidd deserves a lot of credit because while it was live and die by the three, they got significantly better looks yesterday than they had in the previous 2 games. And a lot of that was based on they tried to get to the basket a little bit more. Now, when I say a little bit more, I mean a little bit more in comparison to other Dallas Mavericks games. I don't mean a little bit more in comparison to, everyone else in the NBA. I just mean for Dallas, they tried to work inside out a little bit more. And I thought Jason Kidd did a good job. And, as you point out all the time, the shots fell. Shots fell.
And unfortunately, I say unfortunately because it's like, it's not as fun. Like we got 4 hours to talk, you know what I mean? So just we'll break it down. One day when the Kings are really good and, they're in the conference finals, probably 2-3 years from now, we'll be sitting up here and we'll be having 4 hours, maybe even post show, breaking down the game, every aspect.
3.5 hours.
Why did this happen? How did this happen? Yada, yada, yada. When in actuality, it's a make or miss league. If you make your shots, you got a chance. You miss your shots, you're probably going to lose. And that's what happened. I thought it's an astute observation by you because
before you continue, speaking of astute observations, I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I love the chatty house for recognizing. Wait a minute, y'all are going to let the bid die? We can't let the bid die. No, there it is. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We appreciate you for being with us. Go ahead.
But it was an astute observation by you. I thought they did attack the basket a little more. They didn't necessarily always settle for the threes as much as they had been in the first 3 games. But I thought they had good looks in the first, particularly in game 3. The first 2 games, they came out hot. They were in the second game, they came out hot, hitting the 3, and then Golden State kind of clamped up a little bit on them in that second half. Game 3, I thought they were getting wide open looks. Bullock, Finney-Smith, Kleber, they were getting wide open looks. They were just breaking them. This particular game, they were knocking down those wide open looks. But to your point, you live by the three, you die by the three.
Mm-hmm.
They almost died by the three. Like I'm sitting there watching this game, and I'm like, nah. Ain't nothing. I mean, they got it to 15, but ain't nothing popping off. And then I think they got it to 8 with like 4 minutes to go. It wasn't even like 8 with like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
They got it to like 8 with 4 minutes to go. They had to get Luka back in the game. Luka comes in there, gets a dunk.
Got the dunk,
to your point, attacking the basket right out of the timeout. I think they got another. Maybe
I think they got to stop. Yeah, I think they got to stop.
Oh no, it was an offensive foul. That's what it was.
Okay.
Offensive foul. Same thing. Offensive fouls, Warriors, and then I think they came back and hit a 3, and that was pretty much all she wrote. But I say that to say live by the 3, die by the 3 because they finished with 23s on the night.
Yeah,
I think they had 19 with like 2 minutes to go in the third quarter.
They were 19 of 33. That was, I believe, the peak of their percentage last night. They were 19 of 33. They finished, to Kenny's point, 20 of 43. The comeback happened because they went 1 of 10 from 3 down the stretch. That's why they were outscored 39-20 in the final quarter of the game.
Yeah, that was crazy because I think they, Reggie Miller, he was losing his mind. He's oh my gosh, this shooting display. Oh my gosh, we're only in the third quarter, Kevin. We're only in the third quarter. That was like, you are right. They got 19 in the third. I mean, you got to expect they might get 25.
Yeah,
no, they got 20 the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's that's the game. But more specifically, that's the Dallas Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
That whole game wrapped up this run that the Dallas Mavericks have had here in this postseason, getting hot and getting cold. Thankfully, that fourth, or I don't mean thankfully like I'm rooting for Dallas. I mean thankfully for them, that fourth quarter didn't get worse because it sure felt like it. I mean that dunk felt like. That dunk felt like it just shut the water off. And there was still, it's not like there was 60 seconds left when he hit that dunk. Like there was still time in the game. And Luka had that dunk. The crowd got really loud, and it felt like, all right, we've shut the water off. We've stopped the bleeding. Let's get a stop here on this end. You mentioned they got the offensive foul. I can't remember if they scored on the next possession, but I never really felt like the game was in danger. After that Luka dunk that set the crowd on fire, that was the definitive. Okay, this is over. Yeah, we're gonna live to fight another day.
I guarantee you, it's over.
You live to fight another day, and that's what Luka did.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Just like my partner always talks about the story. Man, if you would have gotten eliminated by blowing that lead, oh my gosh. Oh man.
See, but you know what?
That would be crazy.
Yes, that'd be tough. But you talk about, story. Would the story be the Warriors more than it would be Dallas?
I think it. No, it would have been Dallas.
Really? I think it would have been Golden State.
29-point lead.
I think it would have been. I think it would have been Golden State's perseverance. They did it with Kuminga, and they did it with Steph Curry on the bench and Damian Lee and Nemanja Bjelica, Sacramento Kings favorite. They did it with those guys. Like I think that would have been the story.
Yeah, I mean,
Luka would have taken his lumps. Right. Luka, J Kidd, they would have taken their lumps.
That's why I say it would have been Dallas because I don't even know if Luka would have taken it because it was second stringers in there the whole time. So it would have just been an anomaly and it would have been so embarrassing.
Yeah, it would have been embarrassing. Yeah, but
it didn't happen. Dallas lives to fight another day. I talk about the famous 2-day bit that myself and the professor agrees with is Dallas not having any business being here in the conference finals. But I will say this. I thought about it.
I feel like you've gotten a couple of your homies to agree with that. Well, I believe I saw a tweet from Butcher Boy
Well,
Yeah, thank you, Kenny. Speak on it, Kenny. Like, oh, okay, that's all right. Like, no, it's fine.
it was like the little kid in Atlanta. Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
See, and Dallas ruined my chance to plow through some more episodes of Atlanta last night.
The Giants almost ruined my chance of watching. Wow.
Well, we'll get to that.
But I say all that to say, from a Dallas perspective, if I'm a Dallas fan and Mark Cuban, all these other guys, man, hey, this team has brought me so much joy this year. They've given me so many great moments. Hey, win this game. Let me get to see you guys play for another day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? At the very least. And we go out there, we roll the balls out on Thursday. Who knows what happens? Maybe we hit 25 threes. Maybe Steph is off. And then we come back to Dallas and we do it again.
I didn't want them to win. I just get this over with. Like, I don't think this series is any doubt. Like, I don't need to see them win game 4. Now that they won game 4, I want to see them win game 5. Because now it's fun. Like, but go on and get one more. Get one more. Head into game 6 in Dallas. Little butterflies flying around there. I'm confident the Royals would be just fine, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Get
too.
One more.
Yeah,
Get one more.
With that. A little Saturday night game 6 action in Dallas. In that shack that is American Airlines Arena, just falling apart before our very eyes.
Arco 1 out there, Arco 2. Kyle Weaver, Dream City coach, Shaedon Sharpe's coach, is going to join us coming up at 1:47. You absolutely don't want to miss that. And I've been thinking something about Monte McNair popped into my head, and I want to run it by you. You could shut it down in 5 minutes. You could shut it down in 30 seconds if it doesn't make any sense. I'll explain what it is to you when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, absolutely joking, by the way. American Airlines Arena is not a shack.
Oh, no, it's very nice.
It looks like it's held up very well for 20 years. I mean,
it's pretty nice.
It's really nice. I did finish Atlanta, by the way. Jesse, did you finish it? You seen it all the way through?
I got 3.
I won't say anything.
3 left.
I won't say anything.
Why 147? Because that's when he was available, Rob. Like, what do you want me to do? This is science, baby. This is radio science. Come on now. Can a lineup of Fox, Mitchell, and Sharpe work? Seems very matchup specific.
Oh my gosh, Dr. David, what is going on here? Oh my gosh, that is not even the whole care. I need a headband.
Oh, just on Twitter. Oh my. Oh, Dr. David, that's not okay at all. This is terrible. Oh, that's awful. Why do I look like Marlon Wayans in White Chicks? Like, what is that? You need to cut that off. Yeah.
I'm not even tired. I don't even know what happened there.
Hurt my eyes every time you do that. What is this?
Did you guys know that Sonic is now open at Delta Shores for all my South Sac people? You ever had Sonic?
I think so. In Knoxville, I believe I did. There was one down the street, and I don't think I had food.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I had ice cream.
Yeah. The line was stupid. We tried to go yesterday.
Really?
Oh.
There are other Sonics here, aren't there, or no?
I don't think so. I think they're just now starting to pop up. Like, they have one in Woodland. I think they're about to put up. This may be the first one in Sac, but there's going to be like 3, I think. I've never had it. Oh, okay, Manny. This stuff, big dog.
There you go.
Yeah, but the line was, we were like, oh, Sonic's open, let's go. And we got there and saw the line. It was like, no.
So you left? You didn't stay?
No. And we saw it the other day. I guess they had like a soft opening.
Okay.
And there was like no line at all because nobody really knew it was open or there was a soft opening. So we saw it. We had to go into the store. And Cheryl L. Grove has been like on her head to try it. So we're like, oh, let's go get Cheryl L. Grove. Let's all go as a family. So we went and got her. We came back. The soft opening was over. It was closed. It's oh, damn it. So we were like, all right, we'll just go tomorrow, which was yesterday. And yeah, it was the official opening, I guess.
Oh, okay.
I ain't sticking around for that. We're going to have to go on a late night creep. They claim this thing is supposed to be open 24 hours. I kind of doubt it, but they may close at midnight.
It's hard to imagine something in like, because I've been to the Delta Shores before.
Mm-hmm.
Why on earth would that be open 24 hours?
Mm-hmm. Their Walmart isn't even 24 hours. Well, hey, by the way, we were looking for you, Dave Garcia. It's good to see you again, big dog.
Yeah, Dave, I got your email.
Yeah, good to see you.
I'll get back to you this afternoon.
But I don't know, that is circled on the calendar. We'll see what happens, Maybe Damien will let me leave at 2:00. Or maybe I'll just record live from Levi's. I mean, we got the capabilities.
We got it. You always take the chance to go to those games when you got them.
I would believe it. I could believe that. She stayed in Hayward, and she did high school in Sacramento, maybe even middle school too. It's really murky about her Bay Area ties.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. That's where you can watch the show. You can listen on the Odyssey app in 1320 a.m. You want to get in, be a part of the show, you can. 916-349-1320. Always great to chat with us. James Ham going to be with us the final hour of the show, as he is each and every single Wednesday. And as we mentioned, Kyle Weaver, coach of Dream City. Shaedon Sharpe's high school coach, going to be with us. He worked with DeAndre Ayton too. Like he's worked with some. He's in Arizona. I think he's in the Scottsdale area. So he's worked with some of those guys down there.
Across Bagley.
Well, I was going to leave that one out, but he very much he may have come across both of them, to be honest with you. But he's Shaedon Sharpe's coach, so buckle up, because Shaedon Sharpe to the Kings, man, that's going to be a.
I never flinched.
It was Keegan Murray to the Kings for a couple minutes yesterday, and then we'll get Purdue's coach on. It's going to Jaden Ivey. We got to get him to. It's going to be an intense month or so here, 28 days.
Jaden Ivey in that famous under-19 World Cup, FIBA World Cup game that I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I said it yesterday, but I got to reiterate it. Jaden Ivey looked box office. He looked spectacular in that game. I think he only might have had like 12 or 14 points or something like that, but everything he did was just so fast. It was so explosive. He looked box office in that game. And I loved that game. Like I watched, I was like, these dudes are hooping. Dare I say, I got more out of that game, or I liked the way they were playing more than a lot of these college games I saw throughout the season. I thought they were really hooping.
Why do you think that is?
You know what?
Level of competition, like individual competition, not demeaning programs, but I mean, these guys know, like, oh, Chet was ranked above me, or they said so and so was better than me.
Like I think there was probably about 5 or 6 NBA players in that game, between France and the USA. France obviously had one, like the guy that's maybe the best out of the bunch of the whole 2 years of players. I think they had another guy that, another couple guys that might be fringe NBA players, but it was a tournament. It was the finals. I think there was a level of intensity to the competition. So when you combine these guys competing at a high level with stakes on the line, at least in their minds, like they wanted, a FIBA World Cup or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So stakes on the line, high level talent, and just the intensity of the game. It was just a really good game. Really well played, really high competition level type game with high talent. So I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't think it was going to be that, but I watched the game. I was like, these dudes just balling. I like this game.
Okay. I've got to pull that up. I got sidetracked watching some game from 1983 last night on YouTube. 916-349-1320. Dion, what's going on, man?
Hey, David, what's up, brother? It's been about 5 years, man. What's going on, man?
What's up with you?
Hey, man, I want to talk about the Kings, man. That hire Mike Brown. The Kings don't have LeBron James. The Kings don't have Steph Curry, man. So I don't think Mike Brown. I don't think that was the right hire, man, for that roster.
Well, that's not fair though. But like what you can? I don't think you can penalize a coach because they coach great players.
Yeah. But
okay.
It seems like they don't. It seems like they need somebody else, man.
Were you a Mark Jackson guy, Dion?
Yeah, I was a Mark Jackson guy.
Okay. All right. I figured that.
Right.
I figured that. We appreciate you, Dion. Thanks for the call. 5 years. What year is it? I'm trying to figure out 2018. Jesse, get Dion back on the phone and figure out like what 5 years from what? I'm trying like it's gonna like pop in my head at like 2:00. And I'm gonna remember what Dion's talking about.
The first thing that came to my mind was when you were, up north, because we're the bad guys now. When you were up north,
when you're on top, that's what happens. But
you had you had your own Big Owls and your own Leezies and stuff. Was Dion one of those guys?
Man, I don't think so. I mean, the timeline matches up. 2018
called every day, had intricate conversations with you, and you just, I don't know. I don't remember this guy. Dion who?
That's not true. That's not. You know who did call regularly was Mitch.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch called regularly, but Chris wouldn't let him through. Chris was like, nah, no, I can't get through today.
You could always call here on D-Lo and Casey, man. Mitch was he said he was riding around. I saw a picture of him on Twitter.
Oh,
riding around in his
I need to see this
truck.
Okay. They see me rolling.
He said it felt like a what he said, I forgot. I think he said it felt like a clown car. Because I guess it was a small car. It didn't look very small, but I don't know. Maybe Mitch is like 6'9". I don't know. No,
100%.
Straight up.
Yeah, 100%.
His jersey, I hope he never retires, but his jersey's getting hung in the rafters.
Yeah, his jersey's up there with Big Al's for sure, and Bryce and a handful of others. 916-349-1320.
Does Cole get retired?
Cole can retire. That's not true. Cole.
I set Cole up.
That's yeah. I know you did. You did. Now we love Albert too. You got anything else on the game last night? I assume you don't. I don't know. It's a 3-1 series. I thought Jason Kidd did a good job. I just want to leave it at that.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I don't really have much outside of that other than I thought he made some good adjustments. They hit their shots. It's hard to. You said we got 4 hours. Here we are, 25 minutes in. Mavericks still made shots last night. That's why they won. That was the difference.
Hey, they hit their shots. I thought they played hard. They played with the level of, we're not getting swept. We're coming out. We're competing. And I know, like, sometimes people look at that. It's like, oh, well, that's what they're supposed to do. Seen a lot of series where teams are done. They're down 3-0. They're done. We're not.
And
we ain't showing up.
I thought that was Dallas. I mean, by that, Jay Kidd, he kind of gave his press conference after game 3 felt like a press conference after an elimination game.
We weren't even supposed to be here.
Oh, he didn't do that. he didn't go Doc Rivers on you.
I was trying to get my Jason Kidd on. Nobody expected us to be here. These guys, they just work hard. It's kind of soft, but kind of deep.
A little creepy, also like that. Whatever that was a little creepy. But yeah. J Kidd is he's a smooth. He's a late night slow jam show host for sure. But I remember the Cavs Warriors LeBron the sweep. It was LeBron after Game 3. It was like, does Bron know they got to play another game? Like, because he's doing postmortem on the whole season, and that's kind of what J Kidd sounded like after Game 3. And then at the very end, in my mind, he caught himself because he was talking about, I like the building blocks that we have, and we've got a good future ahead. But we're going to be ready for Game 4. Like, we're going to come out there, we're going to compete, almost like Game 4 was an afterthought to everything else that he was saying. So to his credit, they're like, yo, let's go out there and get a win. And Luka said last night, I still think we could do it. And I wasn't rooting for Dallas, and not for any disdain of Dallas, just that I don't believe they have a shot to win. They got the win last night. Now I want to see them win Game 5. Now I want this series to get fun.
And look, I say what I said. People say because I hate Dallas. Look,
you do hate Dallas.
I do hate Dallas, but I don't care who wins. That don't do nothing for me if they win or lose. Like, if they lose, doesn't make me happy. The Kings still stink, so we can win whatever. You know what I mean? It don't matter that much. I was just really impressed with the way they continue to play last night, and I'm with you. I mean, let's create some intrigue here. Let's create some drama here. Go ahead and win Game 5. Get the Warriors fans palms sweaty and have a Game 6 situation. I thought Dallas, they're best when they're, for lack of a better term, when they're punching first, when they're getting after, when they're aggressive. I thought in Game 3, Kleba just was completely in his own head. Bertans was in his own head. They were thinking instead of just in rhythm, catching and shooting and doing those things. I thought they got back to that in Game 4 and shot the ball with confidence. And in Game 3, I felt like the weight of the series started to get to those guys, to those others. I thought yesterday they kind of relieved all that and just went out there, let it fly. So
did you think they were going to lose that game?
I did. I thought they were going to.
Sorry. Let me correct that.
The game?
Yeah, during the game, did you think they were going to lose?
I didn't think it would come all the way through, but they got my attention. Like I said, it got to 8 it'd be one thing if it got to 8 with 2.5 minutes ago. There was like 4 minutes left in the game. And I was like, yo, it's really an 8-point game right now.
I don't remember who hit the 3 to make it 8. I don't remember who it was. I was like, this is over. It's done. There's like 3 minutes left. Like, it's over. Like this is going to be so humiliating for Dallas. Like, this is, and like you felt like in that moment, Kerr had already. I'm not putting Steph, like these guys got us here. I'm going to let them finish this. That would have been bad. And I absolutely thought that was going to happen. It just felt like everything was going their way. The crowd was devastated. The roof was leaking. Just all sorts of terrible things were happening to Dallas. I was like, oh, this is tough. And then seconds later, that dunk from Luka Doncic changed everything. So good for Dallas. Keep this series going. More basketball.
You mean to tell me Steph didn't go? All right. Phil. It's time to get me back in there.
Bobby Hansen had done the hard work. Now here comes Steph Curry.
Bielitsa with his 4 points, which on airtime is going to look like 44.
Oh, man. I looked at Kerr and, all right. Bielitsa's done enough. Get me.
And then that's when he steals the ball, knocks Buck Williams in the jaw with the bulk away. Just
that's what happened. Like he like Peanut Tillman that ball out of there. like you go back and you watch that play. It's like, man, isn't that the same way he got the ball from Malone?
Oh, Malone, he swiped down.
He swiped down. Buck, he swiped up. Okay.
Just smacked Buck in the jaw.
Are you sure he swiped down on Malone?
Oh, yeah, he swiped down on Malone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's vivid. Yeah, vivid. Swipe down, Malone falls down.
And I'm definitely thinking, because I'm thinking of the
swiped up.
Punch that ball out of there.
Buck Williams got one to the chin. We know he don't have a glass jaw.
It's crazy. That Blazers team was so good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that Blazers team is just. I mean, everyone talks about. Not everyone. Some people harp on 2002 and the greatest team that's never won an NBA Finals. Y'all might want to take a look at them Portland teams. Is Portland doing a 20th anniversary of the? Be a 30th anniversary of the 1992 NBA Finals. Let's ask Trista Crick when she joins us Friday. We're going to relive the 1992 NBA Finals. Yeah, but we lost those. No, we're going to relive it anyways. Oh, man, cool. So we can relive Bobby Hansen beating us. All right, great. Michael Jordan literally ran on an NBA home video and insinuated Bobby Hansen beat the
Bobby Hansen with a one corner three to cut it from 15 to 12.
I think that's King's legend Bobby Hansen, if I'm not mistaken. Now, in defense of Mike and Bobby, that was the three that started the run that the Bulls went on.
Oh, his three,
and that it started that run, like, because it was still a healthy lead, and that's the game I meant to watch.
The lead, and also it was a different time, but I know as a kid I remember it as they were down about 35, 36. It might have been like 18.
They were down 13 or 14. But it was the fourth quarter. That's what it was. Up until then, I've been playing like the dog. And it might have been more. It might have been a little bit more. But yeah, it sure wasn't. What was it last night? It wasn't 29. It wasn't 29 that they were up by.
Yeah, it tickles me how we remember every line of that thing. I have so many times.
When they say I wore out the VHS tape, I'm pretty confident I wore that tape out. Like I watched Airtime so many times. I watched it more. I know like a lot of people love Come Fly With Me more. Because it's got 88 in it and all that different. Man, I loved Airtime because it had the Dream Team in it. And
Airtime was the one. He said, eating breakfast. This guy eating breakfast with Michael Jordan. Didn't even know who he was. He's like, what
are you doing up so early? What a camera crew. What are you talking? You don't know why I'm up so early? That camera's cut off. Michael's cussing that dude out. Ain't no way Michael's just sitting there eating eggs Benedict with this. What are you doing up so early? Talking about last night I hit a wall. Just give me a break.
I couldn't make a basket. He wanted to curse. He wanted to say something crazy.
Yo, one of my favorite parts about that is when he almost cusses, when he talks about getting thrown out of the game against Utah before the All-Star break, and he was like, "You should have seen me in the back. I was punched the blackboard," and he's talking about all this stuff like, "Oh, you Mike. We almost met Mike that day. We almost met the real Michael Jordan that day."
The prequel to The Last Dance, almost right there.
How did we get here? Well, it was this clip. It was this clip right here.
Yeah, Mike was just walking around Barcelona. People didn't even know who he was. What are you doing up so early? That was only about 8:00. Like
walking around Barcelona with one of the most famous Nike outfits of all time now.
Oh man!
Like that's one of the most coveted Nike outfits ever.
If they brought that out tomorrow, it's selling out in minutes.
I thought they brought it back this year.
I seen a variation of it.
Someone had it on this year.
I feel like I saw somebody wearing it at Soul Bloom, and I was like, "Oh snap!"
I think
Jordan outfit.
Someone had it on. An NBA player had it on this year, for sure.
Well, see, it might not have been to the public though.
The Heritage dropped this morning. See those? It was Jordan. Man, those are nice. Jordan 1s for the win, always. Jordan 1s for the win, always.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need no more boxes coming to the house, man. Like I got in trouble last week because my guy sent me something. She's like, I'm gonna call him. I said, no, don't do that.
You didn't share with us what
it wasn't nothing major. Just some Jordan gear.
Okay.
Those lows came in. The 7210 lows came in. Other than that, it was some 36s and it was some Zions. And the 36s that he gave me are pretty fire. They resemble the bread sixes. They're actually pretty dope.
Okay.
I like them. I like them a lot. I like the Zions too. Zions feel really.
Those are dope. I don't. They're active. Yeah, but I like some of the hoop shoes. I like some of the Westbrook ones that are active, like the ones you got me. I really like. Yeah, some good shoe drops coming up for those that are into that. I had to turn notifications off. I was like, I can't tap out for a little bit. I can't keep doing this. This is ridiculous.
Tap out. They got these 4s coming out on Saturday that I was like,
I can't do it.
I really like them. I can't do it though.
It's got the little button right there. Notify me. No, devil, not today. I'm pretty sure I deleted the sneakers app off my phone and somehow it reappeared. And I'm dead serious. Like I deleted it and a notification popped up. You want them Heritage ones, dog? Well, no, but I'm going to submit just in case.
Like an episode of Atlanta. I thought I deleted you. I thought I threw my phone away and it keeps coming back.
What's that show you and Olivia was talking about? Black.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot the name of it. Yeah. That's what it is, but for sneakers.
Absolutely.
Just, hey, you gonna enter the win or no? All right. Black Mirror. That's what it's called. Black Mirror. You can put your phone away because I'm gonna pop up on your iPad. I'm gonna pop up on your desktop. You might as well send me your money, dude. Send me your money. Damn. I want to throw my. I want to get to Monte McNair and something. I was just thinking about this. But we seem to have gotten derailed here. So do you want to, with the Giants, do you want to talk about your experience watching the Giants game last night?
Man. So the Giants, I was watching basketball, and I wasn't in a situation to go back and forth, so I wasn't really watching it. After the hoop game, it was a nice warm night outside. I took it to the hoop court. I got some shots up. It was nice and warm outside. So did all that. And I was like, I'll come back and, because I got my whole setup with the Giants game recorded. I was like, I'll speed through it later. Somehow I got to the score. I saw it was 10-8 in the 8th inning. And then I was reading some of the tweets and I was like, oh my gosh, they blew the game. Tyler Rogers, who, oh my goodness, Tyler Rogers would make me so nervous last year, but he was nails, would never give up anything. Like that low sidearm, I was never comfortable with him, but man, he was balling on the mound. This year's the complete opposite. So far, he's been a gas can. And I didn't know the Giants were up 8-2 in the 7th inning, blew the lead, ended up being down 10-8. So I was like, I'm not doing this tonight. I'm not doing this. Let me take the shower. I'm going to watch Atlanta, move on with my day. I wake up this morning and my guy, Coach Chris, hits me with a text like, I can't believe the Giants came back and won. I said, excuse me? What do you mean they came back and won? I said, yeah, they came back and won. They won last night. So I saw everything that happened. I was like, Jock Peterson. I told you.
Because you left out part of the story. Weren't they up like 8-2? Like you mentioned, you checked the score.
8-2. Well, I didn't see when they were up 8-2 till later.
But you checked the score and it was 10-8.
Yeah.
Mets.
Yeah. No. Yeah. 10-8 Mets. Yeah.
Yeah.
10-8 Mets. And that, I think it was top of the 8th. I said, I'm not doing this tonight. Moved on from them. And then Coach Chris hit me up this morning talking about they won. I said, they what? And then you got, I talked about it before, and I think the context wasn't appropriate. Like it wasn't, we didn't dive into the context of what I said appropriately. I said, I think after the Milwaukee game, the 1-game series in Milwaukee on a Monday, where they Jock Peterson hit a game-tying home run in the 8th. And I said, this guy has an opportunity to be an all-time Giant. I'm not talking to you. Has an opportunity to be an all-time Giant. And I didn't mean it as in like Hall of Famer, like Bonds and Kent and Will Clark. I didn't say it like that. There are just certain guys in the Giants lineage that we love this guy. we love this guy. You know, Kevin Mitchell might be a little overqualified because he won an MVP, but guys like Kevin Mitchell, Mike Morris was a guy that Giants fans loved. You know, Pablo was a guy that Jock Peterson has an opportunity to be that type of guy for this Giants fan base. And last night, 3 home runs, including a game-tying 3-run blast in the 8th with 2 outs. He's adding to the allure. He's already got 11 home runs on the season. I think he's got 10 or 11. Yeah, Jock Peterson. Big ups.
That wasn't the only time he tied the game late, was it?
Yeah,
was it?
He did it in the 9th.
In the 9th, yeah.
With the single 8 RBIs.
Man, that's crazy.
8 RBIs, 3 home runs, 8
crazy.
RBIs for Jock Peterson, and then obviously Brandon Crawford does it. So what a finish at Oracle Park last night. As the Giants find a way to get this win feels huge because they were spiraling. I mean, they're 4 games over. They're 6 games back of the Dodgers. They just need to start putting together consistent baseball. More bad news. Looks like Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be out for longer than the 10 days that he was. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. They need some bats. Now it looks like they need some relief pitching. I don't know. Better figure this out before we get to the All-Star break.
Good news is it's a long season. And as long as they can kind of tread water here, they could always make a move late when hopefully some of these guys get healthy. Let's see if they can keep that going. They got a day game today, so we wanted to get that 10th thing in here. We'll come back. I mentioned Monte McNair. Monte McNair, his lack of a contract extension. I want to get your thoughts on something I was thinking about this morning. We'll do that next here as D'Lo and Casey. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Anytime we get stuck, just put airtime into the sheets.
The rim looked like a big old bucket. Oh man, the Fever fired Marianne Stanley. That's too bad.
The Fever it seems like a poorly run organization. So I think we talked about this before, and it just didn't register with me. I don't really understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't the NBA take over the WNBA? It's like
it's a financial expense. I mean,
so they just don't think it's financially feasible because it seems like they. So here's how I explained it to my cousin when we were talking about it. They're like cousins. Like they co-sign for them, you know, they give them the TV deal and games like that. But as far as running the day-to-day, the NBA is not involved at all.
Right.
And I don't know why they wouldn't take over, place owners in these teams, you know, for like the Fever. Like what? Like that's where I would be like, step in for the Fever.
Yeah. I don't have an answer. I think it could be something as simple as maybe there are NBA owners that don't want to own another team. And it could also be something along the lines of, you know, because that's the way it originally was.
Isn't that how it started?
Yeah, that's how it originally was. And now that they've broken off, it's given other groups chances to own a professional sports franchise. Like the group that owns, you know, that Renee Montgomery is part of, that owns the Atlanta Dream, they can't own the Atlanta Hawks. Or a group that owns the Sacramento Monarchs can't own the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
Like there's a vast financial difference between those two. So that could be part of it. You know, there's dangers with that as well. Whereas when you're working with a more limited buyer, you that's what you have buyers that got to get out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, my financial situation changed. I got to get out of this WNBA thing.
Right.
And that you know, that showed that's why you've seen so much change in ownership in NBA teams. And then there are a few, you know, unfortunately, like the Sparks, like the Liberty, where the league is like, okay, well, we're not losing them. So we'll figure it out. I think the Liberty might have been league owned for a split second before my man in Brooklyn bought them. Same I think might have been true for the Sparks.
I was about to say the Sparks too, because I know the Sparks.
They went through multiple.
a lot going on.
Yeah.
A lot going on with the Sparks.
So,
just thought about that. What was I going to say? I was going to say something about
let me ask you a WNBA question. If it's not a WNBA question at all, if Aaron Rodgers was being held in Russia, would he be home already?
Absolutely. No question. That's a disappointing situation on so many levels, man, because I don't want to say they're just letting her be there, but
I mean, it kind of feels like they are.
yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, my main man Connor in the building. You know what time it is. Come on, man. Let's go.
My man.
Let's go. I got yours, Dame. I got yours. Yours is here.
Oh, that's
I got
dope,
you.
man.
Let's go, baby.
Appreciate it.
Come on, man.
Stephen Brown, I just want to you got a pop out of me earlier. Stephen Brown said Nemanja Bjelica is the human white flag.
Oh, no.
And I my eyes drifted over and they drifted right to Steven's comment, and it took everything I had to not. That's funny.
Yeah, Nemanja.
Hey, different, but
And
I
a different
got you.
place too.
Yeah, different time, different place. An hour from now, we'll be joined by Dream City coach and Shaedon Sharpe's coach, Kyle Weaver. We'll get his thoughts on Shaedon. I imagine they'll be quite complimentary. And I imagine we're all going to be aboard the Kenny Caraway Shaedon Sharpe train right around 2:00 today. And I think a lot of people already are, so it's not even that far of a stretch. But I love hearing everybody's different perspectives. It was, Coach McCaffrey yesterday on Keegan Murray. It's going to be Kyle Weaver today. We're going to continue to talk to a variety of guests who can provide some insight into all of these draft picks. Even as we maybe venture into we'll get Coach K on. That should be no problem.
Go. Coach K. That's who we need to be talking to.
I could get a Coach K from Duke.
Well,
I don't know that I could get that Coach K from Duke
around the campus. So that'll be some type of crossing paths at some point with Paolo.
I would think so. See if I can get some
Coach
insight
on horn too.
What's that?
Coach Cal. Get him on the horn.
That's actually doable. He'll have you wanting to go to Kentucky when it's done. Like you'll be ready to suit up and go play ball.
Yeah, I love Coach Cal. I remember we talked about it before, that 30 for 30. Man, that was a story / infomercial / recruiting pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just sold the hell out of what he does.
You have one conversation with Coach Cal and you get it immediately. Like you walk, whether it's on the phone, 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you walk away going, I get it. I see why they go to him. Yeah. It makes sense. Like everything he sold us on Scala BCR. And all I kept thinking was, you didn't want him. Why do we? And he laid it out. He said, here's why he's going to be great in the league. Here's why he couldn't get on the floor here. Here's what he's going to be able to do for you. Here's why you're going to love him. Mm-hmm. And I was like, we drafted a Hall of Famer. We just drafted Tyrese Halliburton before Tyrese Halliburton was even a thing. That's how I felt after talking to Coach Cal about Scala BCR. So, so much has been made, and rightfully or wrongfully, about the lack of contract extension for Monte McNair. And I understand everybody's concern. James Ham was kind of the first one who brought this to our attention and was like, yo, if he doesn't get a contract extension, we're in the same situation we are always in. Mm-hmm. And Mike Brown is in a situation that every coach, previous to him has been in that you've you're bringing in a general manager who has to general manage a team for a coach that he didn't pick. And a couple of things stood out to me. One, the 3-year deal. Now that we know he signed a 3-year deal, man, that's for those that don't remember Ty Lue and the Lakers. Ty Lue was like, I'm not signing a 3-year deal. Like, that's not enough time. Like, I want a 4 or 5-year deal. Like virtually every other coach in this league gets. I'm not signing a 3-year deal here. And the Lakers were like, we're only offering you a 3-year deal. Ty Lue was like, I ain't taking it. So thinking about that's for a coach.
Right.
Thinking about a franchise that has been what it's been for this long, to come in after a search firm does this and you know, you get these glowing recommendations and all of that different stuff and sign a 3-year deal. That's tough for Monte McNair. And I get it. It's his first job. He probably thought, I can do this. Like, I can prove my worth right away. But one thing that immediately stood out to me when I started putting these pieces of this puzzle together, and you tell me if I'm overreacting or not, is in a way they tied him to Luke Walton. Because if Monte McNair's contract is up after the season, so is Luke Walton's. Now, Luke Walton ain't here. He's still getting paid like he's here, though.
Right.
His contract, Luke Walton and Monte McNair's contract is up at the same time, which just led me to think, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. They really thought when Monte McNair went to that press conference, when James Ham's Kings Insider messaged him and said, we're bringing Luke Walton back. And Monte McNair spoke a couple of days later and said, Luke Walton is the guy who's going to lead us to the playoffs. We're going to turn this thing around. They meant it. Like, he did think Luke Walton was the guy to do this, because if your contract is tied to his in this kind of roundabout way, you have to make the decision right there. He's not the guy. I have to bring in my own coach. I need 2 years with my coach to get this to work. I can't waste another year on Luke Walton if I don't think he's the guy. Right. And it turns out he didn't. He wasted 17 games on Luke Walton and 60 something on Alvin Gentry. But in that moment, and this was the part that I was never really sure about, in that moment, like, they really thought they were going to be able to pull it off this year. This season that's coming to a conclusion here next month. Right. They thought they were going to be able to make the playoffs. That's there's no other explanation in my head as to how this all maps out. Knowing now the limited window that Monte McNair had, it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because we've long questioned whether bringing back Luke Walton was his choice or not. It had to have been. Because he would have had to fight tooth and nail. I can't win with this coach. You've given me 3 years. My first one is over with. I can't win with this guy. Let me hire my coach and give myself the best opportunity to get this team back to the playoffs, because it's not going to be with him.
Yeah,
I have too much time on my hands.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, and this is just the way I go about it, is he shouldn't have been saying, like, I can't win with this coach. Like, that seems
not publicly.
That seems great.
Not
no,
publicly.
But even with Vivek, like, that seems. I'm in a minority, I guess, in basketball sports circles, because a lot of people do think that the coaching matters a whole lot, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter at all, but to think that Luke Walton staying or leaving had that much effect to the point where, like, he didn't do much of anything with that roster. So, like, I don't know if they spent a lot of time on that or not, or that was, a point in contention, or just looking at it and saying, like, well, we got Luke Walton. Like, I can make the argument he didn't do Luke Walton any favors in that situation with the way he went about that roster. Like there was no real improvement. The wish upon a star that he had was, we'll bring in one veteran here or there, and these guys will come together. That was a terrible assessment.
Mm-hmm.
These guys clearly weren't going to come together.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think they believed they were making the playoffs last year, coming into the season. And I don't disagree with it. I'm not going to go back on what I said and act like I didn't say it. I thought they were good enough to get it done. I did.
How did they? I guess the way I look at that is because we thought the same way, especially when we're talking a play-in situation.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not there. Like we're not there.
Mm-hmm.
What are you telling me? Something dramatically changed in that locker room from camp to game 25-30 with the dynamics of Marvin and Buddy, and we've heard and have spoke about it till we're blue in the face. Those dudes did not want to be here. One in particular made it clear on a regular basis that he did not want to be here.
Right.
And maybe it was a bit of weight off of everyone's shoulders when those individuals were gone. You're telling me
it absolutely was. I'm not even going to dive too deep into it, but it was. Trust me.
So you're telling me day one everything was good? Like how did they miss this? Like how did they not know? How did they think? Were they listening to us? Where they were like, yo, D'Lo and KC, they think we could do it? Oh, yeah, we could do it, while ignoring what's happening in the locker room, because it's really difficult for me to believe that something so dramatic changed from camp to, when Luke was fired 17 games into to TT's speech, to Alvin apologizing for quitting on multiple occasions or saying that we're not quitting, all it's and apologizing to fans and all of these different things. It was always there.
Mm-hmm.
Just either for some reason you believed you could get through it, or you were blind to it. And I don't think either of them makes you look good. It doesn't make Luke look good. It doesn't make Monty look good. It really doesn't make anybody look good in this situation. If you thought it was going to change or you were blind to it, you look bad in either case.
And to be honest, we don't know what was said by Luke Walton to this team, any of that. But I don't know. I feel like I wonder if Luke was like, hey, we got to do something with this roster. And they just didn't do it for whatever reason. Like looking back at it now, and I mean, I guess we can play it if we need to. We can throw the sound on there if we need to. I don't think they gave Luke Walton enough to be successful. That team last year to start the season clearly just didn't. They weren't tough enough as a group to withstand any type of adversity. Because
I don't think it fits, but I don't want to disappoint anybody. I mean, if you're gonna call for it, I'm gonna play it. But I don't think that fits, because I think your point's fair.
Yeah, because and I would imagine Luke probably told them like this, like I'm gonna try. But the real question, and I think we all said this as well. Like we thought they could make it or whatever. But the real test was going to be, if they faced adversity, were they going to be able to be mentally and emotionally tough enough to stick together and push through that? And they clearly weren't. They splintered off immediately.
Yeah.
And I would, looking back at it, they end up getting Sabonis out of the deal, right? So.
Yeah, it cost you Tyrese Halliburton
right.
an entire season.
That's the whole
Like
thing.
that's the other thing. Like losing Tyrese was tough, but you lost an entire season because of this.
So if you traded,
Thank God it wasn't Ben Simmons.
if you traded Buddy Hield for, I don't even remember who it was.
Muddy Field is what you mean.
If you traded Schmuddy Field for, like I said, I'm Marvin Bagley for, I don't even remember some of the Universal deals we had. We'll just say
They were out
like,
there.
I want it to be fair, but not Sabonis, right?
Mhm.
Not Sabonis. It's like a Josh Jackson and a just some random Kyle Anderson. Or something.
I love that you managed to work Josh Jackson into the trade, though. That amuses all of us.
Dante DiVincenzo, right? Like if that's what you traded Buddy Hield for, was it worth it to wait? And that's where I can't go all the way in on Monte McNair, because at the end of the day, you got something out of the Buddy Hield trade, and it cost you Tyrese Halliburton, but out of Buddy Hield that you probably wouldn't have gotten if you would have made the trade 20 games in, like I was telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm saying?
No, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you sacrificed.
You're okay at this point because Sabonis came back in return. You're okay that the true trade value was Tyrese Halliburton and the 2021-2022 season for Domantas Sabonis.
That's what it was, right? 21. It was the season. First ever trade of a season.
You got Tyrese Halliburton in 82 games, or I guess it was 60 something to be fair, but essentially you've lost the whole season because of that.
Because my thought at the time was you move on from Luke or you don't, but like that wasn't the problem. The problem was the roster. The problem was, and it's not, when I say this, I'm not saying it's Buddy Hield's fault. I'm not saying it's Marvin Bagley's fault. I'm saying those were two guys
dynamics
that were part of a dynamic that just wasn't meshing. Like these are good individual players, all these guys that I named, but together they didn't work. And if you would have said, you know what, you're right, they didn't work. We got to move Buddy. We got to move him now. We got to move Marvin. We got to move him now. And you get Dante DiVincenzo in return, or you get Justin Holiday in return. I mean, it's not as good of a look. You know,
and
what
are we looking at?
Yeah, what are we looking at now? Where's the franchise at now?
Yeah.
With the same problems that you have with Fox and Halliburton, or maybe not. Maybe they figure it out, but you got a log jam at the guard position, and I feel like they're in a better position today than they were when they fired Luke Walton. And unfortunately, it cost them the whole season, or most of the season, to get to that point.
I mean, it literally cost them most of the season. It essentially cost them the season.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't going to come. They made a nice little Golden State Warriors run in the fourth quarter to make us believe, there could be a chance here. There wasn't a chance.
It seems so long ago. What happened again? Fox was out, Sabonis. What was the game that I'm drawing a blank?
I remember last year it was the year before it was the Spurs.
Year before was the Spurs, and then
the Spurs game ended it.
Grizzlies back.
I don't know that it ever. I think it got within 9, and then we got a Luka dunk out of and we were just out of it. I'm sure there was a point where eyebrows were raised a little bit, but
Sabonis played for much of the season. So, well, no, they did, because you know what happened was they won all those games on the road at the end. They beat Indiana, Orlando, Houston twice. And
I just remember every day James would come in here and he'd do math and he'd say, if this happened and this happened, these guys could be back. And he would work the math through, and
they got to like the last 4 games of the season, because those games that I talked about, because remember I had my faithful final 25 games, and I was like, they're gonna win like 5 or 6 to end the season. It just kind of depends on where everybody else is at that point.
Chatty House is saying the Pelicans game. I don't remember the Pelicans game
at home. Yeah, that might have put it away.
I remember us talking about it. Like, how fitting is it that this game is against the New Orleans Pelicans? I can't remember the standing situation.
I can't remember what happened though.
This feels like it was an eternity ago. I feel like we haven't seen a Kings basketball game in like a year and a half.
That's what I was saying.
Like, no one can convince me it hasn't been a year and a half since the Kings last played. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. Kyle Weaver, Shaedon Sharpe's high school coach, is going to join us coming up about 40 minutes from now. Some news out of the NFL.
Real quick.
Yes, we'll get to it in a few minutes, but it involves the Raiders and Colin Kaepernick.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Jacob Z, I remember this. I believe Sabonis didn't get hurt. Remember, he got hurt on a Sunday against Phoenix. He hurt his knee. We thought the worst of it. They ended up losing that game in overtime. And I think they played the Pelicans on that Tuesday.
Okay.
And those two games sealed their fate. I think that's how that went.
Okay.
Yeah.
A year and a half ago, right? Year ago?
Something like that. It's been long enough where Mrs. P is she's ready. She's ready to be hurt again.
She's ready. Miss P out there, she got Kings gear on like every day.
This boss level, man.
She goes and checks on the penthouse being built out there in the DC area.
We got balconies.
I think her place is being built next to the Obamas out there. It's like the Obamas and Miss P right there. She got her Kings gear on. She might turn the Obamas into Kings fans.
She might.
She riding out there. She's gonna have all the DC.
I mean, when she's not on somebody's yacht in Miami. True that. Yeah, I can't keep up. I can't keep up.
That is funny though. Are we all ready to get hurt again? We're ready to get hurt we're not ready to get hurt in the draft though. And that's the thing. Like as we get closer to draft day, because I feel like I like a lot of these guys. Like I don't think I'm gonna be upset with any pick. If the night of the draft, the selection is made. With any of the guys that we have spent a great deal of time talking about, I can say, okay, I get it, and here's why. Here's why I think they did it. And I know we've got ceilings and floors, and ceiling is the roof. We got all of these different things happening, and I understand. Yeah. But I feel like over the course of the next few weeks, we're gonna start forming camps. And it's like, now like, oh yeah, no, I like Keegan Murray. That's cool. Oh man, Jaden Ivey. Yeah, that's box office. I like it. Shaedon Sharpe, man, that ceiling is so high, man. Like, oh, I love it. And then we're gonna get like 2 weeks out from the draft. Oh, I really like, man. I really like Shaedon Sharpe, man. He's that guy. And you're gonna start getting these camps of all of these different prospects forming across the Kings fan base. Giants game started. I'm pretty sure I lost Kenny for the next 3 hours.
Oh no, we good.
Kenny peeped the chat, and I'm like, "What is going on right now? What's happening?"
I knew it before the chat. We good.
Clearly something happened.
I'm just saying we good. But no, it's funny you say that because I really agree. This is not a cop out. I really agree with you. I like these guys.
Yeah.
Like I like all of them that we talked about.
Yeah. It'll just be at All-Star break of the next season when one of the guys we didn't draft is an All-Star. Then it'll cut deep. Yeah.
But I like all these guys. Like I guess you could say top 6 of these guys. I've watched it. I haven't really dove into Jabari and Paolo so much, but between Chet, Keegan, Jaden, and Shaedon, man, I like their games. There is so much upside. There is so much potential from all these guys. And I'm with you. There's not a move that they can make as far as drafting these guys that I'd be mad at. I really will legit be hyped to see any of those 6 guys play for the Kings. I like Shaedon the most, but man, like I said, I dove into Chet's game the other day, and I like his game. I like his demeanor.
Mhm.
Jaden Ivey, box office, like he jumps off the screen like crazy. Keegan Murray is a bucket. We talked to his coach and some of the things that he had to say about him. I love that. So, man, I like you said, people want to get into camps and all this other stuff, and I know people would say I'm in the Shaedon camp, but that's just the guy that I like and I would pick. That has nothing to do with the fact that I really like these other guys too. Like I really do.
Yeah, I think we've looked at this draft class like, oh, there's no consensus number one, as if that's a bad thing.
Mhm.
There could still be a handful of guys that come out of this draft class being really, really good. You just hope. And in our instance, because we are the Kings, pray that, in fact, the Kings get one of those guys. So we'll talk a lot about Shaedon Sharpe. We'll talk more about these draft picks as well. We want to show the Sac Republic a little bit of love and a story that's going to be talked about quite a bit over the course of the next 24 hours or so. The Las Vegas Raiders are working out Colin Kaepernick. We'll talk about that. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So what actually caught my eye was
Did he hit a home run or something?
Jock
Jock
hit a home
Peterson.
run.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that. I'm on our guy Will on his Instagram. What's going on at Golden One Center? Is there a concert or something? I've never seen this many people in Doco.
No idea.
This is the hell's going on out there?
Graduation.
Oh, it's a graduation. That's what it is. A graduate. Whose school is this? Jesus.
Ooh, Casey's IG. Look at Casey on IG. Boy, watch out.
Getting ready.
Sometimes I dream
ready.
that he is me. Got to see that's how I dream to be.
This is Sheldon represented there. I ain't never seen this many people in Doco. My goodness.
I dream I move. Casey. If I could be Casey.
The jar Gatorade. Jesse, did you
Oh,
know
that
they
hits
put
different.
Gatorade in a jar?
That's the he saw it at a museum once. Oh, them glass those glass bottles were different. Those glass bottles were different. Oh man, what are you doing, Mark Davis? Is this real or not?
I sure hope so. I ain't gonna lie, that jersey would go hard in the paint.
Oh, I mean, they made one.
Yeah, right.
Nike essentially made a Colin Kaepernick Raiders jersey.
That jersey would go. That'd be number one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just Cap, but look, I've said this numerous times before. I like the Raiders. I like the silver and black. Like that's a dope color combo. I like the uniforms are dope. They got a Kaepernick Raiders jersey. I don't know if I might get one. I
might do that. I can't lie. I might do that. Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, please? If you're on YouTube, at least hit the thumbs up. We'd appreciate it so much.
At BC, I think it's 7:30. I made a decision. I'm making a move, man. I'll be out there.
Oh, good. Good.
Man, you know what I'm saying? Rooting on the Republic.
Let's go.
Let's go, goddammit.
That's awesome.
Or
glad you're going.
Blanking go.
There you go.
Let me tap in on that one just 5 minutes when we come out of this thing.
One more time, Casey.
So let me tap in on that right out of the break.
Yeah, definitely.
Ramsey, you going? Ramsey and all his earthquake friends.
Ooh, $2 beers.
It's lit. I don't even like beer, but for $2, you can't get nothing for $2 no more. I went at the little.
That might give you a shot of beer at the Golden One Center.
Shot. You can look at the beer line for $2. You can. We were at the little travel AAU tournament thing or whatever. They had a food truck outside. Hey man, people just gotta, they gotta make a living. I can't fault nobody. But they wanted $11 for a hot dog. I said, come on, man. Where we at, man? It's a food truck. $11 for a hot dog. I got one. That was it. People just trying to make a living though, man. What can I say? I can't get mad at them. Yeah. This is terrible. I almost don't want to say this out loud. I need a refresher on. Uh-oh. I thought
it was you.
Refresher.
No. This was something unrelated.
I was waiting to hear the.
That was the commercial. I was just catching up on some things we got to talk about. I thought you was getting ready to talk about the Republic. You got your "Let's Effing Go" shirt on. You got your kit on IG. You little IG model over there at IMK Diddy.
I'm making the move is going to be made out to the Republic game tonight. U.S. Open Cup, round of 16. We're hosting the Earthquakes, the San Jose Earthquakes. I'm going to tell you right now, anybody in San Jose listening, Ramsey said they had buses coming up here from San Jose. About to smash the Earthquakes.
Oh, okay.
As Roman Reigns would say.
Doing that again.
We're going to smash the Earthquakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to be out there. I'm being the build, man. So it's going to be a good look. I saw something over the weekend. And I know the dynamic is a little different. It's actually a lot different. But a buddy of mine, shout out to my guy Mike Will, Sacramento, born and raised, live in Atlanta now. And him and some of his buddies, they got a suite at Atlanta United or whatever in the MLS. They do a really good job supporting that team. And I'm like, yo, man. They ain't even. I'm not even tripping off MLS no more. I'm really not. Like the USL or whatever. Like I think the USL is on the come up right now. It's a good league. It's coming up. I'm cool with the USL. If they could just get this stadium popping off, man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be popping at whatever they call the place once they get it built.
Is there a reason they can't? Like, why don't they just build it for the Republic?
I think that's what they're going to do.
Oh, they are. They're still going through with it.
Yeah, but it's going to be different. It's not going to be the same. Remember they have the different renderings. They came out a couple months on April Fool's Day. Matter of fact.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't think I ever knew for sure if those were real or not.
Yeah, those are official. So
okay. Why do people do that
up there, man? And I don't know. That was a Vivek-like move right there, but that was a VLM. Man, they get that thing popping. I'm gonna be in the suites. Mm-hmm. Give me a suite. Give me a suite. Publix.
Okay, wait a minute. I want to be clear. The Kenny Caraway suite.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna have.
I just want to be clear. Did you say the Republics?
I said the Republic.
Okay, I just want to make sure you. Yeah.
No S. No S.
But So the Kenny Caraway suite? Okay.
I mean, one game. I'll do it for one game.
Oh, one game. Oh, okay. Well, you were talking about
have me there all season long. I ain't mad at it.
You talked about the stadium being built. You said I'm gonna get a suite, like as if outside the door it's gonna say the Kenny Caraway suite. That's the way you framed it.
Connor, get on it. Let's make it happen. The Kenny Caraway suite. You know what? I'm not even gonna be selfish about it. The D'Lo and KC suite. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. We a team out here. Connor, let's make it happen. The D'Lo and KC suite at the New Republic Stadium in the rail yards.
Yeah, Connor will send you the bill. And I don't think you ain't fooling me just by putting D'Lo's name on it. Don't mean I'm chipping in on this, man. That's your. If you want, you could call it the Kenny Caraway suite if you want to. I'll come when you invite me.
We either have the suite or even at the place they're at right now, down at Cal Expo. I need what Bryce say. Yeah, I need those pitch side seats.
Oh,
yeah, that's fire right there. That's what I need to be. But it's neither here nor there. Today, I'll be out there. You know what I'm saying? Supporting the Republic. We about to smash the Earthquake. We about to smash them boys. And then we move into the round of 8.
Okay,
let's
go Republic, man. Let's get it done. Get out there.
Soccer. Kind of faithfully this year. Yeah. I got over because the whole thing was I got into the Republic a couple years ago because they were going to MLS. And I was like, yeah, I said for a long time, if they go to MLS, I'll be locked in. And then when that fell through, I turned my back. I was like, I don't want to watch soccer no more. I don't want to watch it. And then I came back this year. They're balling out of control this year. Defense is great. I love what I'm seeing from the Republic. I can't wait for them to win this U.S. Open Cup. That's going to be a monumental event. And then they just going to go after that USL championship. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's bring
a
championship to Sacramento. Good luck to the Sac Republic and the amazing staff. For man Connor, who's in here in the chat, has some kind words to say earlier about the show. And that whole crew there, that's a first class organization that is run like a first class organization, man. So good luck to them tonight, and to everybody out there, man. Have a blast. Get some water, or a $2 beer, whatever it takes, because it's going to be toasty out there. So this in from Adam Schefter. We got Kyle Weaver joining us. We're going to get back to basketball and the Kings and draft picks, and we're going to talk a lot of Shaedon Sharpe. Again, Kyle Weaver, Shaedon Sharpe's high school basketball coach, is going to join us coming up here in about 20 minutes. Adam Schefter tweeted, Ian Rappaport tweeted, a number of NFL insiders tweeted that Colin Kaepernick, who hasn't played football since 2016, is working out today, according to Ian Rappaport, working out today for the Las Vegas Raiders. Colin Kaepernick, 34 years old now. 2016 was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
It feels
Cap
like
is 34 now.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Feel like it was that long ago, but it was definitely that long ago. 6 years.
They've been blackballing that dude for 6 years.
Jeez. And now he might get an opportunity.
The funny thing about this is I absolutely believe the NFL is blackballing Colin Kaepernick.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I also thought Mark Davis would be the one who left the breadcrumb trail somewhere. It'd be like, because it's a difficult thing to prove, like unless you got emails, and then there is at least some validity to this claim. Is there was the lawsuit, and maybe there was no validity. The NFL was just like, we'll just pay him to go away, and we never have to talk to him again.
Right.
But I always thought Mark Davis would be the one who like sent an email. Oh, we'll do to them what we did to Kaepernick, or something along those lines, where it's like, oh, Mark just blew it for everybody.
Damn it, Mark.
Mark just blew it for everybody.
How did you guys let him in on the thread?
But it's like there's an NFL owners thread and they leave Mark out of it. That's terrible. But by the way, Mark Davis is a very nice man. I've met, like, in terms of interactions, I don't know how he is like away from interactions. There's some unpleasant things out there, but in terms of the way he speaks, my interactions with him have always been more than pleasant.
You know what?
Of course, I don't work for him, so that could be.
I haven't heard anything about the people that work for him, so I don't know. He seems like a fine dude. Like, he seems fine. Like, I know people in Oakland hate him for taking the team out of Oakland, and I understand that.
Yep.
But I also understand why he left. Like, I understand why he left Oakland. Vegas is like, yo, we're going to build the best or one of the best stadiums in the world for you. You don't have a lot of money. You're not making money in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got you. And I think he went in good faith a number of different times to try and get something done in Oakland, and it wasn't going to happen. So I would have wanted him to stay in Oakland for sure. Absolutely. But I understand why he moved on to Las Vegas. I get it.
Do you think this is, man, I don't know how to phrase this question. Do you think this is on the up and up? Do you think Mark Davis is, or what's his name? Dave Ziegler? Is that the general manager's name? Do you think Josh McDaniel, right? That's the Raiders coach. Yeah. Are they really taking a look at Colin Kaepernick?
Once again, maybe I'm I believe in Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, but I think it's on the up and up. I think it's a real workout. And it's one of those things where, tell me if I'm wrong, but if they want him, the deal should be done today, right?
I can't imagine why
with the workouts. They don't work out, leave, and then sign.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I remember. I could be wrong, but typically when you bring somebody in and you're like, yo, we like what we see.
Well, I don't think Cap's weighing options.
Yeah. Right.
Unless there's something we don't know.
Right.
I don't think he's weighing options. So if Oakland wants him, if the Raiders want him, if Las Vegas wants him, I feel like we know today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because if we don't, then I'm left wondering. All right, what was this all about?
Right.
Was this legit? And to Mark Davis's, I don't want to say to his credit, like this isn't new. Like the conversation around Colin Kaepernick isn't new. Given what we've learned about John Gruden in recent years, maybe there's a reason that Colin Kaepernick never came in to work out for that version of the Oakland or Las Vegas Raiders. But there's a new management group in, and I don't know. Cap hasn't played in 6 years. Cap hasn't played in 6 years. Great. That means Cap hasn't been hit in 6 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he has I don't know what this means. Like, does he still have the body and approach of a 28-year-old?
Well, and the other thing about this is, if you're just talking workout, we've seen him work out. He looks fine. He looks ready to go. He looks just as good as a number of different other quarterbacks that are in the league right now. So when you're just talking about a workout, it should be good to go. I fully expect him to look impressive in this workout today. Fully expect that. Is that good enough for the Raiders to, push on through and sign him? I don't know. But if he doesn't get signed, and I'm not even going to say it's something nefarious with the Raiders, like I'm not implying that, but if he doesn't get signed, it's not because he didn't look good at the workout. That's what I believe. And
it can't possibly be because Josh McDaniel said, you know what? Jarrett Stidham works for us. You know who works for us? Nick Mullins. Jesse says there's a quarterback on the roster named Chase Garbers, and I think he made that name up. I don't think that's a real person. I absolutely don't think that's a real person. I think Jesse made it up and just threw it in there to make himself laugh in the studio. Him and Will Kane are cracking up at that line. Hard to believe. There are, that's, oh man, don't want to invite this distraction, man. It'd be terrible. Cool. This is if the Raiders sign Colin Kaepernick, this is a tremendous business decision for them for reasons that we were talking about during the commercial break. One, you're going to have a lot more people on your side than not. Mm-hmm. Two, that jersey going to sell like crazy. There is not going to be a backup quarterback in the history of the National Football League that's going to sell more jerseys than that. Would be number 7?
I think so.
I can't imagine it wouldn't be. I'm just trying to run through it real quick, but there isn't a backup quarterback's jersey that would sell. There might not be a starting quarterback's jersey that would sell more than the variations of the Colin Kaepernick Las Vegas Raiders jersey.
Can I ask? And look, you're talking about a Niners fan who just might get the Raiders jersey. I ain't even gonna lie to you that. And I said it in the break. I said out here on wax. I've long said, I think the Raiders uniforms, the color scheme, I think it's dope. I love the silver and black thing that they've got going on. You know what I mean? I don't hate the Raiders the way the Raiders hate the 49ers. That's typically what it always comes down to. But you get Cap in that silver and black, that's a cold jersey right there. That is tough right there. I want to ask you a question about this. And we're just asking because honestly, over time, I feel like my stance has kind of changed. Is there a part of you that never wanted to see Colin Kaepernick play again?
No, there isn't.
I'll explain to you what I mean by that, because there was a part of me that felt that way.
Okay.
I thought his stance and what he was doing was so important, and the fact that they did him wrong, they blackballed him, like we said. I was like, I don't want you to play for that organization. I don't want you to play for the NFL. They didn't treat you right. They didn't stand by you. They didn't support you in this moment. They don't deserve to have you as somebody that they can say, look what we did. You know, we brought Colin back. There's a part of me for a long time that felt that way when he would come back. I was like, I don't want him to come back. I don't want him to come back to the NFL. I feel differently now. I want to see him get that opportunity because it seems like it means so much to him. He wants that opportunity. He deserves that opportunity.
That's it.
Yeah.
You just said it. That's the only reason that he never wavered on his desire to play in the NFL. That doesn't change what the NFL is. That doesn't change the endless list of flaws that the National Football League has, especially as it pertains to fans like you and I and Cole and Ramsey and many other people listening to this broadcast right now. But he wanted it. To me, that's what matters. Like, why does he have to give it? Like, it's like, I can't remember what it was, but something kept us, something probably Kings related. It might've been Mike Brown that kept us from exploring this conversation. But Antonio Brown's a sucker. He's a straight sucker. Did you hear what he said about Cap? And this was weeks ago.
I remember that.
Talking about Cap, Cap's activism didn't mean anything the second he did a commercial. But the second he signed a deal with Nike, his activism didn't mean anything. And it's funny to me because there's always this belief that I've never understood that if you're an activist, you've got to be like poor and broke and living on the streets, and you can't use a platform like Nike to further your message, or you can't use a platform like the National Football League to further your message. You have to be broke living on the street, because Tupac, who everybody acknowledges was an activist, one of the highest selling hip hop artists of all time. Nobody say Pac ain't no activist, man. He out here cutting records. But Antonio Brown really out here talking about Cap can't be an activist because he got to deal with Nike to further his activism. Come on, man. That's childlike thinking.
Ignorance, and it just kind of reeked of somebody trying to put somebody else down that's trying to do something out here in a positive light. We saw that with Marcellus Wiley, when he did whatever he did with Cap.
Dude's a clown.
And like you said, they try to make it where you've got to be, this poor person, this person that doesn't have two pennies to rub together for your message to be authentic. And I don't understand that. I don't understand it. I don't know where AB was coming from with that. Well, I do know where he's coming from. Like I said, he does a lot of ignorant things, and this is just another one of them.
Marcellus Wiley makes me sick. That dude absolutely makes me know. I don't know what happened to that dude, man, because he was not like this before.
No.
When he was rolling with Michelle Beadle, he was totally normal. Something changed. 916-349-1320. Reminder, Kyle Weaver, Shaedon Sharpe's high school coach, is going to join us in about 10 minutes. What's happening, Mitch?
Hey, guys. How we doing? Let me pull over.
Pull that FedEx truck over, buddy.
Pull over, man. Like I said, is the car big enough for you, man? You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying earlier.
Oh, my Dodgers, my head is getting so big with the Dodgers just kicking, slapping people around, and the Mets. Oh, what the heck happened to you Giants last night?
Well, we won the game. Did you see we won?
All right, that was amazing. But give a little and Jock Peterson is your cleanup guy. So I should have kept him. I'm tired.
Mitch, what are you talking about? The man had 3 home runs last night. He hit another one today.
Mitch, you're taking a bad L on this call. Mitch, let me ask you a question before you go. How many radio shows do you call?
I've cut down. Believe me, it's getting so off. My point. I wanted to make my point. I think Kaepernick, he should have been a backup for the Chargers. The Rams should have gone for him before they went for Stratford and gave up all those #1 picks. I think he beat out Jimmy Garoppolo. But best of all, back up for the Jets, even the Giants before they bought Tyrod Taylor. I know. I go, all right, I call.
Okay.
Quarterback.
There's a lot there that sometimes you just got to let Mitch rock. JT, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Jets, hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got you.
What's going on, man?
All right, perfect. So I'm on Cap. Okay, I'm kind of with KC on this because I was with, when we were going through the whole thing, watching Kaepernick and how everything went down. I had the same feeling. The NFL doesn't deserve him. They don't deserve to have him on the field. To do what he does and everything. I kind of thought after the documentary and he compared the NFL to the slave trade, I thought that was one of those. All right, he's not coming back because that's kind of something hard to come back. That sort of thing to the NFL. Am I happy that he's getting a tryout and he's getting a look at everything? Absolutely, because he's deserved that for a long time. But I'm still kind of one of those. I'm happy he's there, and I'm happy that he's getting a shot. But I can already see if he doesn't necessarily perform to the abilities that people say that he can or will or anything, or if he performs any less than what people think, they're going to cut him down already, and they're going to be like, see, this is why we didn't cut him.
Oh, for sure.
This is why we didn't bring him on, because he couldn't play. It wasn't because
you're 100% right. That's always been underlining concern too about him coming back is if he falls short, or the first game he falls short, or the first pass he falls short, or there's going to be a group of people who are ready to jump all over that. But that's sports in general. And the Colin in black and white, the reference that you made to the slave trade, it doesn't mean any of this isn't true, right? It doesn't mean Colin Kaepernick can't still feel this same exact way. It's the way the NFL is. They're not changing it. Again, it doesn't have to change what his reality or what people's vision of the NFL is. It just means Cap still wants to play quarterback at the highest level. Like I saw a note in here earlier, and I see comments like this regularly. This one was framed a little bit different, but it said, Cap should play for the XFL in February. They need a big name. Yeah, but the NFL is the pinnacle of football. Why does Cap have to downgrade his play to go? I think the point, the stage is the National Football League. The point is I'm still a very good quarterback. I can still play at this level, and playing for the XFL or the Alliance of American Football League or the USFL or any other FL you want to throw out there, it's not the NFL. And if it's not the NFL, there's no point in having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And if he doesn't, I never understood that, because if he doesn't want to play in the CFL or USFL or wherever, that he's been at the pinnacle of the NFL. He shouldn't have to just play any old football if he doesn't want to. If he wanted to do that, sure, more power to him. But he said, no, I'm an NFL quarterback. No disrespect to these leagues, but I'm not. He didn't say this, but I'm not here to dumb down, my talent level. I need to be playing in the NFL. That's where I should be. So I never really understood that either.
916-349-1320. Let's get Ron in here real quick because we got Kyle Weaver going to join us in a couple of minutes. Ron, what's good, brother?
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. Jaden, I've been meaning to talk to you about this for months. Several years ago when you were on the radio show that will remain nameless.
Bad guys, yeah.
At the time Colin Kaepernick first started his stance on the issue, you made the comment that you didn't think anybody would not watch football just because of that. And I sent you a text, and I said I was one that decided it bothered me enough that I wasn't going to watch. And you responded back about that, kind of surprised. And I mentioned that I was a Vietnam vet, and that several of my friends came home with that flag draped across their coffins, and how much that bothered me. But the more I thought about it and thought about the guys that I was referring to, I thought they would have wanted Colin Kaepernick to do that. And I've since totally changed my viewpoint, 100% behind what Colin Kaepernick and others have done. And I wanted to just tell you flat out, you were right and I was wrong.
I appreciate. Well, it's not about being right and wrong. I appreciate your viewpoint, Ron. This isn't about being right and wrong. I think you had an opinion speaking from your experience, an experience I could never speak from. I had my opinion speaking from mine, and it's rare that two people can share their opinions and you start to you see the way one person's thinking. I certainly, especially with you being a vet, understood the way that you were thinking. But I appreciate the call, Ron. Thank you for that. We'll see what happens. We'll continue to follow this situation with the Raiders and Cap throughout the day. If there is anything more to report, of course, we absolutely will. But we're going to shift gears. We're going to get back to the draft. We're going to talk about Shaedon Sharpe, and we're going to talk about it with the guy who coached him last year. Kyle Weaver joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, Ron. Ron got me there a little bit.
That was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, he emailed that. Yeah, he emailed that. I was looking for it. Like, where is it? Yeah, he emailed it. Grab it. Charlie. I didn't get over to the studio this week, man. There's Charlie. Oh, he's an Ignite guy.
See, that's the other. I gotta tap into those Ignite guys, man. They got some dudes on there that I remember hearing about when they first went there, and I just didn't follow the Ignite the way I wanted to. I got to tap into those guys.
Yeah, I saw my man from Swish. Is it Jordan? Who was on with Deuce and Mo yesterday. Yeah. He seems to, I don't think he framed this as I haven't gotten to finish the show yet. Dyson Daniels, who's another Ignite guy.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar too. I know what's the name? Beach and Camp. That's the one guy.
I think that's the best guy. That's the kid. That's the kid who played for. That's the other kid who played for Kyle Weaver. Yeah.
Damn. Shaedon and Beach and Camp.
Yeah.
Damn.
Did Charlie give us a time? Did he say we have 10 minutes? Is that what it said? Charlie. Oh, 10. Oh, okay. Yeah. Normal time slot. We're good.
Oh, it's right there in my email. Beach and Camp. Yeah, I heard he's pretty good.
Okay.
Checking out the deuces.
I don't think I asked anything. Maybe I did. Really don't remember, Jesse. That was like 30 seconds ago. Come on, man.
He said, is there a time limit we have with him?
Oh. Yeah. I in fact, I did ask a question. How long we had him, but I saw it here in Slack. Yeah.
Ooh. It's Wednesday. Day baseball all over the place. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Big day. Big
Giants
day.
cooking so much, I turned that game off. I got to see what's going on with everybody else. I think they do play at 1 today. Or they should be going on right now. Yeah, they're on right now.
I finally started Justin Tinsley's book. The big book. It was all a dream.
How's it so far?
Good. It's good.
Damien, you hear the Drake bars beat one. I'm telling you, in about 18 months, it's going to be Drake bars after Shaedon Sharpe drops 35, and I'm going to be incorporating that into a rhyme. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait.
This is Kenny's favorite day. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, because you've been on this Shaedon Sharpe train for a while, and now we've got his coach, Dream City coach, Kyle Weaver, with us here. Coach, why is it so many NBA fans across the country are captivated with this player we didn't get to see at Kentucky last year?
The biggest thing is just how efficient he is. Again, he'll take about 13 shots and have about 26 points. His athleticism is what separates him from most. And then secondly, his age. He's still 18 years old currently. And he's only going to continue to get better.
Yeah. So, Coach, try and just kind of break down what happened with Shaedon. And what I mean by that is, he was a good ball player. He had a little bit of a buzz, but it seems like over one summer, over one EYBL circuit, he went from not ranked to the number one player in the country. And what did you see that coming from him before he, that summer where he took over, or was it a surprise to you as well?
No, absolutely not. It was not a surprise. It's a funny story. Back in November, he had transferred to us in September 1st of 2020. He showed up to campus. And at that moment, you could see the writing on the wall. We were spending about 5 hours a day in the gym because of COVID, so we were online, which allowed him a lot of time to get better in the gym. And by November, I actually had a talk with him, and that he was unranked, pretty much not even top 200 in the country. And I told him, as well as my host parent of our team house was sitting right there with us, and I said, Shaedon, by the end of 2022, you'll be the number one player in the country. And I said, I don't know. Again, I didn't know Jalen Duran and Amani Bates were going to reclassify, but I still told him, you'll be number one in the country. Then pretty much 8 months later, he's the number one player in the country. So you could see it because he has all the intangibles. He's got the wingspan. He's got the athleticism. We continue to improve on his shot and his range from it. So you could see it. I've been blessed with 3 first-round draft picks and six years of being a head coach on the prep level. And you could definitely see all the potential was there. And he was by far the best guard I've ever coached. And basketball came so easy to him.
Yeah. Kyle, you mentioned the 3 first-round picks. Ayton was one of them, right?
Yes.
Marvin, the other one?
And then yes, and then Josh Green.
And you probably in addition to Shaedon Sharpe, you could have you will have a couple of more here in this upcoming draft. You mentioned you mentioned it as like a positive thing that he's 18, which means obviously he still has a lot more room to grow. But when you work with him, do you see things in his game that it's like that's going to get corrected as he gets older? Like there's just time on the court that he needs that'll help him grow out of that.
Yeah, no. First thing, he already knows where he's got to continue to improve defensively. Defensively is where he's got to continue to play, continue to improve, and that's going to keep getting better because, again, he is so young. Secondly, it's just being able to rip and go one dribble into a pull-up. He is so skilled in his step back, his side step. He'll shoot it with a 6'8", 7-foot defender closing out on him. I couldn't tell you how many guys he's fully jumped over and cleared. He dunked on a 7'1" dude that's going to Iona Seton Hall this upcoming year. As a 17-year-old kid, dunked on a 7'2" kid and made it look so easy. So, the scary thing about it, he's actually probably as young as a lot of high school going to be seniors that are still playing high school ball, and he's just finding his true self. This is all so brand new to him. Confidence and being able to see the success he's had. He's going to continue to improve. Imagine this kid still playing high school basketball. There are kids older than him right now that are just now graduating. That are already older than him, and imagine Shaedon playing high school ball at this moment. It's again. Someone's going to get an absolute steal, and we're going to look back at it in 3-4 years, and he's going to be kind of that Devin Booker, Kobe. I'm not saying he's not going to slide outside top 10, is what I'm hearing, but someone's going to get an absolute steal because I think obviously if he was to play one more year, he would be the ultimate number 1 pick.
Coach, to the best of your knowledge, and I'm not asking you to, if things were said to you in confidence, you can keep it there. I understand that. But to the best of your knowledge, can you kind of explain what happened at Kentucky and why he didn't suit up at all for them?
Yeah, no, I don't know the real reason. I couldn't tell you that. What I speculate is, obviously, Calipari, he recruits high-level players. And to get those players, I'm not going to say any promises were made, but we don't know whether certain kids were promised starting spots. And that would be all I would know. Is what I would speculate on that is I don't know the exact decision that was made into why he didn't play. But when you're recruiting top 10 guys every year, and you're competing against the Dukes and all these blue bloods, Kansas, you're having to make promises to parents because you really want the kids. So it wouldn't shock me. And Shaedon's stock was so high. Anybody would say, why would you play a kid, period? And just thinking out loud for myself, if a kid's stock's that high, anybody would say, why would you even risk playing a kid?
Right.
So, again, the whole past year was more about Shaedon just getting better in practice. I think the overall thing was good, Shaedon to come back for a year, but because of the buzz and everything around his name, you got to test the waters.
Yeah.
And obviously he's testing, and everybody is in love with him because you see his ability. So I think the overall plan was always to sit out this year and develop and kind of do what Hamidou Diallo, I don't know if you guys remember back in 2016. Yeah. Hamidou Diallo did the same thing, practice for a whole semester, and then obviously play the next year. It's just like in college football. All these kids graduate at Christmas time, and then they go enroll in their program, so they get a semester underneath their belt. So, but when you got this much buzz around your name, anybody's going to say you've got to go test. You'd be an idiot not to go test the waters.
All right. Yeah.
What's his personality like? What's Shaedon's personality like?
Again, a phenomenal kid. He's, again, never ever had one issue with him as a coach. Never disrespected me. Never talked back. He is a real quiet, shy kid. Again, somewhat keeps to himself. He's not a big dude on social media. He plays his video games. He works out. He hangs out with his friends, but he doesn't like being necessarily out and about. He really does keep to himself, and it's video games and getting in the gym. And has a phenomenal family. His parents are phenomenal people, and they have raised their son to be a really, really good kid.
Yeah, you don't hear much from him, personally. Like you say, he's not really big on social media and interviews. He's kind of soft spoken. Here in Sacramento, we have obviously this playoff drought, right? And anybody that comes in now is going to be looked at as some type of a savior. Especially with this fourth pick, somebody that's going to get us out of the dark forest and into the promised land of playoffs and contending basketball. It's a lot of pressure for somebody coming in, and he's a young kid and everything like that. Some of these kids that you can kind of see at a certain age, they'd be built for that type of pressure. They'd be built to not fold under that type of pressure. Is Shaedon one of those guys, or do you think that he needs to be eased into a situation where he's allowed time to grow into himself, not only as a ball player, but as a young man?
No, any situation for Shaedon, it's going to be great. I think Sacramento is a great spot because he's going to learn under another Kentucky player with De'Aaron. He's coming in, and nothing against Sacramento, but you're still in the Western Conference, and let alone the Pacific Coast Division, who has two of the top two teams in the conference with the Suns and the Warriors. So I think that allows it a little bit more time to grow. And it's a perfect situation where a lot of the pressure at the guard position, De'Aaron's going to take off a lot of the heat for Shaedon. Where, again, as you know, especially when an 18-year-old kid comes in, it's for example, we can look at Josh Giddey. If Josh Giddey probably would have went to any other team, it might have been a little struggle for him because he's not having the ball in his hands. He's not going to have as much time to grow. But with Shaedon being a shooting guard, De'Aaron's going to take a lot of pressure off him. So I think it's a perfect situation. And I know Kings are under some changes with whether it's with obviously hiring Mike Brown and the whole change in management. There are some pressure there, but I think with hiring a brand new coach, it's setting up a bright future when you bring in a guy like Shaedon Sharpe, because you could go with somebody who's proven more at the college level, but is there as much upside? Can Jaden Ivey play alongside De'Aaron Fox? That'd be a good question. I don't know. So
can
again,
Shaedon? That's the one that matters. Can Shaedon play next to De'Aaron? That's what we need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and that's absolutely. Shaedon's going to take a lot of pressure off. Whether it's again, Shaedon's IQ off the ball is insane, and Shaedon does not need the basketball in his hand. So it's going to still allow De'Aaron to have the ball primarily in his hands, because Shaedon's not one of these dudes that needs the ball 90% of the game. Shaedon's going to go get 30 points on 15, 16 shots, and I mean that. So I think it's a perfect marriage in Sacramento with what they're needing and what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Kyle Weaver, coach at Dream City. Coach, we may be talking again about a month from now on draft night, so we appreciate your insight here into Shaedon Sharpe, who is a bit of a mystery, but he has captivated a lot of people, and including my partner here, man. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Coach.
All right, that's Kyle Weaver again, the coach at Dream City, coached Shaedon Sharpe, and as you heard, he coached DeAndre Ayton and someone else as well. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM.
I didn't even want to say
West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I think I'm just going to have to listen to that whole conversation back. I don't know what to make of some of it. I'll be honest. I didn't press him on the Kentucky stuff because I didn't think it was fair. He's not at Kentucky. And he made that clear. He was like, I don't know. Here's how I feel. Here's what I think. Here's how I put some things together. I don't want to say it didn't make sense because it made sense. But like, you committed to Kentucky to not play, and Coach Cal knew that. It didn't add up to me. But again, it wasn't fair to press him on that because he's not at Kentucky. He was Shaedon Sharpe's high school coach.
Do you think that Coach Cal expected him not to play all year?
I don't know.
I can say so.
I don't know.
And I don't know where the buzz came from. I'm not sure where it came from or what happened. I don't think it was Coach Cal's call for him not to play all year. I think the camp or the people got involved and said, there's no point in you playing. That is what I do understand. I completely get it. You know, they talk about the UK fans are upset that he didn't play. Look, man, if you're already,
the idea that he was going to play next year, was that the idea? Because
it got to a point. This is what I understand. Like coming in, I don't think the plan wasn't to play all year long. I think it was maybe you don't play the first half of the year or whatever. You come and develop and we ease you in. Once we get into December and January, and you start seeing these mock drafts, like I told you, when did I come in here and talk about Shaedon Sharpe? This was like January. And I would see these mock drafts with this kid, Shaedon Sharpe, going to the Kings at 7. And I would watch Kentucky. I was, who's Shaedon Sharpe? I ain't seen him play. I watch Kentucky. I don't see no Shaedon Sharpe out here. And then I find out what the deal is with him. At that point, if the deal was like, hey, come conference play, you come play. At that point, I understand if I'm already top 10 in these mock drafts, why am I playing? Just because I want to play and I want to be competitive? I understand that. Like I get it. I'm competitive. I want to play. But the ultimate goal, and I think Coach Cal maybe lays this out and understand this as good as anybody. The goal is for you to come here and go to the NBA. That's it. Not he don't even tell them it's to come here and win a national championship. The goal is to come here and go to the NBA. And if I already got you at a point or you've gotten yourself there where you're a top 10, possibly top 5 guy, why step foot on the floor in Kentucky? There's only bad things that can happen at that point. You get hurt, you drop, your stock falls, whatever. There's only bad things that can happen. So why do it? I understand that.
So he enrolled early at Kentucky. When Sharpe enrolled at Kentucky halfway through this basketball season, many speculated whether or not Sharpe would play this year, while most members of the 2022 recruiting class joined their respective schools this summer to suit up for next season. Coach Cal said upon the announcement that Shaedon Sharpe would enter the NBA draft. This is a quote from Coach Cal. Shaedon and his family told me that he intends to put his name in the draft while retaining his eligibility, and they have my full support to test the process just as every other player does. Shaedon has been a great teammate and handled everything that comes with being a college student athlete the way he should. Since he arrived on our campus, he's been an integral part of our program, and he's already registered for summer and fall classes. But we support this decision to explore every option to make the best decision for his future based on the information he can receive. Now, that was April 21st. That was essentially a month ago. What we know now is Shaedon's now in that like second tier of players with if there's a first tier, it's Chet Palo and Jabari. If there's a second tier, it's Jaden, Shaedon Sharpe, and Keegan Murray, and maybe AJ Griffin is in there, maybe Dyson Daniels is in there, but there's a kind of a tight group of a second tier amount of guys. And of course, the Kings have the first pick of that second tier.
Yeah.
He's not going back to Kentucky. Like he's explored the process. He's liked what he's heard.
Yeah.
He's going to the NBA draft.
Hell no. He's not Kentucky. I guarantee you that's over.
This should also be something we convey. I see a lot of the response to Kyle's conversation here with us on the show. High school coaches aren't college coaches. You know, part of Coach McCaffrey's job is to sell, not just Keegan Murray to us, but Iowa to parents. Right. And part of his selling Keegan Murray to us, he's not just selling Keegan Murray, he's selling Iowa. And he's selling Iowa to his recruits. Like they're, you know, part of it's the phrase that you hear all of the time, winning the living room. Yeah. Right. You got to win over mom and dad. You got to win over the family. You got to win over grandma, do all of those different things. You've got to be able to sell. That's something that if we have other coaches on, particularly college coaches on, you'll see them probably a little bit more well-versed at that than a high school coach is. High school coaches don't sell the same way that college coaches do.
College coaches are professionals at selling.
That's 100%.
Professionals.
Absolutely.
High school coach, not necessarily. First of all, they're not even really ever in these positions, right? Like where even as good as Aiden and Bagley and you know, these other guys, you're not talking to guys about draft picks more times than not. That's left for the college coach because they usually spend a year in college. Like he don't have a whole lot of experience for this. The Iowa coach, he's been having these type of conversations for like 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like he could do it with his eyes closed. So absolutely, he's going to sell you a lot better than what a random high school coach is going to be able to do.
Since we're talking about Coach McCaffrey, this pick got a lot of love yesterday from the Chatty House. I guess for those that are listening on the radio, I picked the friendliest picture of Fran McCaffrey that I could find. Every other picture available to me, he was yelling, like he was screaming at his team. I was like, man, can I just get a picture of Coach where he's still? And there were insurance salesman's jokes flowing through the Chatty House yesterday. But they're a mess. But that was but Coach did his job with us yesterday when we hung up the phone. And I was like, I told you, Keegan Murray's the pick. He's the guy. Hanging up with Kyle, like Shaedon Sharpe is still a mystery.
Yeah.
He's still a mystery. It doesn't mean everything you and the people in your camp who are all about Shaedon Sharpe, doesn't mean everything you guys say and everything that you said on the show aren't true. It just means they're mysterious. Like it's an unknown.
There's not any concrete answers with Shaedon Sharpe. And what I've continued to say a number of different times is there's not any concrete answers with any of these guys. You just think there's concrete answers because you saw them in college. But I bet Coach McCaffrey, if we took out the name Keegan Murray and put in Luka Garza, he would have said the same thing about Luka Garza, about all the glow.
You could have said Damian Barling.
Yeah,
he would have. So like if I was a player he's going to put his players over because it's good for him. It's good for his school. It's just like it's Coach Cal. I legit had Coach Cal on the lowdown to talk about Scala BCAir.
Yeah, people,
you hear what I'm saying?
They want to hear from Coach Cal about it's mysterious that he's not talking about Shaedon Sharpe. Well, okay, we can get Coach Cal on here to talk about whatever. You just mentioned about how he sold Scala BCAir.
Kentucky's great at getting these, getting these guys, and it would be Coach Cal would, that's question one. What happened? That would be the first, like how, okay. So what did you understand when Shaedon Sharpe enrolled in Kentucky? Like, what did you understand in your recruitment process of Shaedon Sharpe? What did you expect to happen? And was it this? And if he gives me the answer, yeah, that's exactly what we expected, then he'll go into sell mode, and that'll be fine. But to me, that has to be the first question that you asked.
It'll be the first question, and he ain't gonna tell you what really happened.
Of course not.
Because he may be recruiting another Shaedon Sharpe right now might not play.
That's right.
Might be the same thing.
But it's our job to ask.
Yeah, we're going to ask that, absolutely. But I would say for people who want a certain answer, it's going to be the rosiest picture he could paint for this Shaedon Sharpe thing if we ever ask him about it. It's going to be super rosy, and it's going to make you feel better. But that doesn't mean it's
it will. It will. It will. Everybody, we're all going to be going to Kentucky together next year. That's just the way Cal is. That is just the way he is.
So Shaedon, I'll say this: I didn't really learn much of anything. I guess he talked a little bit about the individual,
the personality.
He was really like, I've never had a bad experience with him. He's been respectful, and it's come from good stock. All he really wants to do is play video games and play basketball. Guess what? He's a high schooler. He's a teenager. That's what they want to do. So, yeah, I guess that's about all you really got out of that. Everything else we kind of knew we could get from, the videos we watch.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I didn't learn much.
Well, of all the people, you're the one who didn't need to learn anything.
Well, this is true.
You're like your opinion is not swayed. Like your opinion was not like your opinion wasn't going to go up, or it might have gone up a little bit, but it certainly wasn't going to go down. Listening to Shaedon's coach, so interesting, man. It's all part of the process. We'll talk to James Ham about some of these draft picks, about Shaedon Sharpe, about speaking to Kyle Weaver when he joins us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll talk more NBA. You can get in on these phone lines if you want to, 916-349-1320. We'll talk some OTAs, including an unfortunate situation with someone who's been on this show before.
Man.
Talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. 13th round, ding, ding.
Chill. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to all of them, Ryan, the whole crew. And we got to talk about how, first of all, it's Tank Davis fight week. Tank Davis versus Rolly Romero going down Saturday night in Brooklyn on Showtime pay-per-view. Got to check that out. But Rolly's been talking a little bit. He's had his press that he's had to do, and he's made the proclamation that he's not coming back to Mayweather Promotions after this fight. His deal is up after this fight. He's not coming back. He thinks it's time for him to move on and spread his wings. And I take that as he's still going to do some work with Al Heyman and Showtime, but maybe he's going to have, Tank Promotions and all this other stuff. He's going to be a bit of a free agent. And while I would have liked for Tank and Floyd to stick together for as long as possible, I agree and I understand. It's time for Tank to be his own man, to be his own boss, and do things his own way, if that's the way he sees best for his career to move forward. One thing that can happen from this is you saw a lot of people saying that now this will allow Tank to take the bigger fights. And while he isn't going to be connected to Floyd, maybe this allows him to take a Ryan Garcia fight. Maybe this allows him to take a Teofimo fight. He was talking crazy about Devin Haney. When Devin Haney wins against George Kambosos in about 2 weeks, maybe this allows for Tank to have that bout against Devin Haney finally. So I don't know how much of an impediment Floyd and Mayweather Promotions was to Tank Davis taking these fights. I know they did a great job of building him up. Leonard Ellaby, all those guys over there, they did a phenomenal job of turning him into a star. But now he has an opportunity to take these major fights. And if they were impeding that by any way, by all means, go do you, Tank, because I want to see you in the best fights. I want to see you fight these other guys. I want to see you fight T.O. I want to see you fight Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia is a massive fight. I want to see all of that now that you're not with Mayweather Promotions, because if that was the hang up, it was time to move on. So, Tank, handle business this weekend. We'll see what goes on in the future. That's the 13th round. Oh, no. I don't know why I have deuces in my head. I heard that song the other day. It's been in my head ever since. I do. Okay. Let me, I got to get it out of the text and everything. I should probably do that now. And I'll find a way to send it to you. Don't mind me, guys. Hold on. Just handle a little business.
Oh, man. Don't mind me. I'm not handling business. I'm just sitting here quietly. All right. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Live on 1320 AM, 916-349-1320. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation, James Ham said to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. You asked a question to me. Actually, you threw it in the rundown as it pertains to these draft picks. Is there a confusion between best fit and best player available? And my question: do you think there is? Do you think when people? Because I think really what we're talking about is these particular, that second tier of draft picks: Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey, Shaedon Sharpe, and if you want to throw some other guys in there, that's fine. Is there a difference between best fit and best player? Like what did you mean by that?
So, like, I think about all these guys, right? And to me, the difference between people saying Jaden or Keegan, and I wouldn't go with Shaedon, is simply because Shaedon didn't play college basketball. Because if you're looking at the skill set, this is what I've done, and this is why I'm so convinced. You look at, or not convinced, but I'm convinced to take the chance on him. You look at the skill set and what he's able to do as a basketball player. And to me, Shaedon has the best skill set, best player. Is he the best fit for Sacramento due to, not playing college basketball, his position, his age, all this other stuff? There's definitely an argument that he's not the best fit. But the best player available, if you just looked at them all, looked at how they play, like, he's got the best skill set. He is the best, the most skilled of the three, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean he's right for the Kings or right for right now. Or I understand all the concerns about how much you've seen him, but that's kind of really what it comes down to. You haven't seen him play college basketball and perform on a college level. But there's a reason. Like, people are like, I don't get it. There's a reason he's in this discussion now. There's a reason why he heard the things that he wanted to hear, and he's not going back to Kentucky, and he's probably not doing another workout. Like, it ain't just Kenny Caraway sitting up here saying like, yo, this dude is nice.
Yeah.
They're the decision makers are like, nah, we've seen enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're good enough to be drafted this high. So the only reason why I don't think he is number 1 or 1, 2, 3 is because he didn't play college basketball.
Someone posed this question earlier in the chat house, and I feel like this is it's kind of the prevailing thing when it comes to Sacramento Kings fans and Shaedon Sharpe. I think this question summarizes it all because we were using the term mysterious. Even after talking to his high school coach, I still feel like he's quite a mystery. And the question was, can the Kings afford a mystery? Because to me, this feels like, I understand they're different, but hear me out. It feels like coaching search 2.0. I think Darvin Ham's going to be a fine head coach. Mm-hmm. Perhaps Will Hardy will one day too. But they're mysteries. Yeah. Mike Brown's a little bit less of a mystery. Even if you don't like him, he's not a mystery. If you do like him, I like him. He's not a mystery. Darvin Ham's a mystery. Will Hardy's a mystery. These first-year head coaches, those are mysteries. Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey, it's mystery as it pertains to the NBA, but like we see a little something. Mike Brown, a little mystery as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. Mike Brown, maybe mystery without LeBron James or Kobe Bryant. Jaden Ivey, a little bit of mystery, but we got some film on here. We know what he could do. Mm-hmm. Shaedon Sharpe, he's Will Hardy. Yeah. We all think Will Hardy's got huge upside, right?
Right.
Well, that's what this draft feels like. It feels like coaching search 2.0. We know what they did with the coaching search. Are they going to do the same with the draft?
That's a great point.
Thank you.
You guys got your safe coach. Give me the risky player.
Wrong. No, not fair.
Here we go.
And
that's what Vivek needs to tell Monty. You got your safe coach. Give me the risky player. You could have gave me the risky coach, and you would have got the safe player.
No, Vivek can't do that. We already got his daughter running the Stockton Kings. That's about all we need from him right now. Just leave that alone.
The BLBs. Vivek like
decision. All Vivek like moves.
BLBs.
I messed up your line. No.
Vivek like decisions.
Messed up your gimmick. Damn it.
Put that on a shirt.
Coming to DLoandKC.com. By the way, y'all need to go to DLoandKC.com. Great shirts there. Yeah, let's get William in here. 916-349-1320. William, what's up, man?
Thanks for taking my call. You guys, I listen to you guys, and isn't McNair under a mandate to get to the playoffs or he will not get a job?
He might be
that direct. Yeah, it could be. I don't know if it's that direct, like though. Yeah. He doesn't have a contract
on everywhere else. So why would he want to get some young kids out of college who you have to teach the rules to when he can keep his job, trade some of these spoiled Kings, and get someone that's going to get him in the playoffs, a star player? I mean, isn't that reality for McNair?
Yes and no, in theory. Casey, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think that's what he would do if the star player was available.
It. In theory, it sounds fine, but who are we talking about?
Right.
Because you want a star player? All right. What are the names we hear? John Collins isn't a star.
Right.
He's a good basketball player. He's not a star. I mean, if you think the 4 pick and Harrison is going to get you Bradley Beal, I don't think so. Like the 4 pick and 4 more picks, that might get you Bradley Beal. But the 4 pick isn't going to get you Bradley Beal.
And plus, you talk about Bradley Beal, who's like the star that is loosely available. Like when you talk about a star, if you're Sacramento, I need to have a conversation before I pull that trigger.
That's right.
You can't be leaving here in a year.
Yeah, you're going from the nation's capital to the state capital. You ain't going nowhere else because we ain't giving up all these draft picks. Like the point being is Bradley Beal's not coming to Sacramento. Neither is Dame Lillard. I don't know that the star isn't there. And if there is, we don't know about it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it again.
You could get a good player. Like maybe you could land a really good player. Like I think John Collins is a good player. Yeah, there are others. I don't know who else. Julius Randle, but I don't even know that that's what Monty wants.
Right.
Maybe it is. Shoot, I don't know what Monty wants. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what my man wants.
Yeah, no. What do you mean? Yeah, no.
Marcus says Sabonis wasn't coming either. What are you talking about? Marcus Sabonis was on the trade block the entire season.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah.
But Domantas Sabonis was one of the most talked about trade people, players being traded in the entire league. We were waiting for Domantas Sabonis to be traded in the same way we were waiting for Jeremy Grant to be traded.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Jeremy Grant was the one who didn't get moved.
Let me ask you this, because Rizzo, 1983, my birth year, we're probably about the same age. He says Zach LaVine is an unrestricted free agent this summer. I don't think you signed him that way, but would you do Zach LaVine sign and trade for the 4 and Harrison?
Zach LaVine sign and trade for the 4 and Harrison. Sure. I like Zach LaVine. I just have the same concerns everybody else does.
Well, my only concern with Zach LaVine is
injuries. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
That's what will make me nervous. And that almost well, that's the type of deal where you're like, yo, we're going for the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like that's a playoff mandate like move, right?
And it doesn't destroy like the next 4 years. Like you're not like, it's not like Zach LaVine's going to be good for a year, or at least you're certainly not doing this because you think, okay, this isn't the Kenny Caraway thing where we're just getting to 17. We don't give a damn what happens in year 18.
Let's get to 70, damn it.
Just break to 17.
Get us to 17. Get us in the playoffs. Then we'll figure out everything else when we get there.
But that's not what I don't think that's what Zach LaVine would be.
No. I don't either.
And if it was, it would be because something unfortunate happened, like he got hurt again and wasn't able to come back.
That's risky.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is. But it's fine. But why would anyone want to do that? Because I guess because are the Kings going to want to pay him that extra year? Because that's the only reason you would do it.
And that's
which would mean it would cost you more.
The reason why I say sign and trade, because asked the same question.
That's the screen name, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Nah. I like it. I'm with it. Nah.
Why would you give up the 4 and the sign and trade if it's Zach LaVine's choice to come
That's
here?
what I was going to ask.
My thought was the Sacramento tax. He may not come here
the extra year,
a regular signing as a free agent. But if you give him a year, you can lock him in with the sign and trade.
Well, there's also that the Kings need to move off money too. Like they don't have the money to sign Zach LaVine, so they'd have to it'd be Harrison for sure. Every expiring contract would be in this trade. Alex Lynn would be in it. Whether it's I don't know that they'd want Rashawn because Rashawn's got 3 years left on his deal.
Yeah.
But they'd want Alex Lynn.
Yeah.
They'd want Justin Holiday got a year. Yeah. They might want Terrence Davis. Think about that. They might want those guys because all those contracts come off the books next year.
Yeah, I don't think Zach is coming here in any way, shape, or form.
I really want to watch Terrence Davis play. I really want to watch Terrence Davis play.
Would you move on from Dante to keep Terrence Davis? And I say that saying they get Jaden Ivey. We got
okay. That's what I was going to say. I feel like some of this depends on who the pick is. If it's Ivy, I don't think so. I think I'd rather have pass. I'm passing on the question.
I'm about to say, who's pass?
No,
What's
I'm passing. I don't want to answer the question.
pass
I don't
defense?
know. Like, I know, like, I think a couple of things come into play. Like Terrence Davis, again, is an unknown, isn't it? Like, I'm curious, like, how does Terrence Davis fit with this group? All we heard is we need 3-point shooters. We need 3-point shooters. Okay, well, there's one here. He's just not playing. So the Kings need 3-point shooters. You got Terrence Davis. We know what Donte DiVincenzo brings. I don't think we saw the best of it. The question I would ask is, all right, let's be adults here for a change. Can we get past the way the regular season ended with members of the Kings front office and Donte DiVincenzo's agency or agent? Can we get past that? Yes, let's move on. Great. We really want him here. We're still a little bit pissed off. It's going to cost you this. Bye.
Goodbye. We don't
Yeah,
have
I'm
time
good.
for all that.
Yeah, you just got rid of a couple of malcontents that you had last year.
Yeah.
Let's keep it. And as much as we like Donte DiVincenzo, and I don't think this is about Donte.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is about members of the Kings front office and his agent, and things being handled a certain way. But if Dante's in here, like, yo, let's work. Let's put in work. 16 isn't going to become 17. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. As long as he wants to be here, I want him here.
I wonder if they're having those conversations. They should be. I doubt it, though, to be honest with you. But they should be. They should know what's going on, what's happening.
I don't know what the you could talk to Donte right now, can't you? Isn't he
I think so.
technically
Yeah,
a member of the
right?
Sacramento Kings? Yeah, he's a member of the Sacramento Kings. So
you can talk to him.
July
You can talk to his
1st?
agents, all that other
yeah,
stuff.
okay.
For sure. Hey, we're gonna shift gears.
Good call.
But
Mhm.
before we do,
Mhm.
on this day in 1993, do you remember this?
We're down to 50 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Starks. Yes! What a move by Starks, who was able to sky to the basket. The Bulls call for time.
And
The visual we want that
yes,
With the move of the night to give the Knicks a 5-point lead with 47 seconds remaining in the fourth. Here it is. B.J. Armstrong expects help now. He's looking around. He gets picked off. No help comes, and Starks goes. Oh, so big. And look who's top.
well, I appreciate you. Like, we got the full replay diagnosis. Like,
Yeah,
did
yeah,
you
yeah.
travel back to 1993 to record that?
Whoever posted it did.
That was. Did you have to adjust the tracking on your VCR to get that
tracking.
sound?
What do you know about that? Got to get the tracking right.
Did you have to hit the up button? I think my sound is getting ill. I think the heat's trying to boot me off.
Oh no,
This could be it. This is it, Elizabeth. I think y'all are losing me. I can hear it. This is the big one, Elizabeth.
This is the big. I'm coming to see you.
Let's do
John
this.
Starks. I was so upset. I was so mad.
Let's do
At
this.
10 years old when John Starks did that.
Can you pod me up? I'm gonna get off the Comrex. Something's wrong with the
Sure.
Comrex.
Pot it up. Can you hear us? You good?
At this point, have we been doing this long enough where everyone knows what the Comrex is and all of these different? Something's going bad. I can hear it. Like I had like the Zoom sound, like it was coming in and out. Like maybe you had crystal clear audio there on that John Starks dunk, and
You were sounding like African Bambaataa.
oh, hey, Planet Rock don't stop. Let's go. Let's go.
But yeah, I was
yes, I
upset.
remember that very
I
well.
was very upset. John Starks, he got him. Did he dunk on Jordan?
Was that on Jordan?
Well, I mean, that's been the debate for the last 29 years. Did he get Jordan on there? He got Grant. Jordan jumps up. He kind of moves his hand as Starks is, it looks like he's not going to be able to get there. Knicks fans would say he dunked on Jordan.
Well, Knicks fans got to have something to hold on to, but
shots at Knicks fans, jeez,
and Knicks supporters.
Yeah, shots at Knicks supporters. I didn't take kindly to that.
Let's shift gears real quick, just for a moment, because James is going to join us at the top of the hour. We also want to talk about Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. There was a weird, unfortunate exchange, I guess, between Grant Cohn of SI, who's been on this show many times in the past, and Javon Kinlaw of the San Francisco 49ers at OTAs. And it's just not good. Like it wasn't good for a variety of reasons. It escalated during something that Grant Cohn was doing, some sort of like video stream or whatever, where Kinlaw was on it, and they were having a conversation, and Kinlaw was getting animated, and he's like eating at the same time, and then he's getting upset at Grant Cohn, and he's yelling at him, and he's got like food falling out of his mouth, and he's throwing 4-letter words, and it's just, it just was a bad look for everybody involved. I don't know what started it. I don't know what caused it. I know Grant said something happened at OTAs, but it was just a bad look.
Yeah, man. Grant had said something to the effect of he was at OTAs. He was standing on the side, and Kinlaw walked to him, went behind him, and called him a couple names, and it's like, I'm right here. Like, what's going on? Said it, moved on. It wasn't like anybody had to be separated or whatever the case may be. But after it happened, Grant went and immediately posted, to his page about the incident and broke it down. And like I said, I like Grant. I've had a conversation with him outside of the show. How I met him. We had a conversation, and it was a cool conversation. But he's kind of gotten into this kind of Skip Bayless territory, where I don't know if this is what he's trying to do, but his whole vibe is, to talk slick about these players as much as possible, and gain clicks and gain notoriety.
Got it. You come on, man. Come on, Perk.
The braces are out, but the retainer's still in. It gets to me every now and then.
It's big boots the bitch.
Yeah,
he's trying to gain an order of anyone.
Thank you, KG.
But that's his thing, right? That's his bag, how he goes about things, and that's cool, and it works for him. And there's people who want to see that. But to me, it lends the possibility to lead into unfortunate situations like that. Like, for me personally, that was a bad look for Grant.
Yep.
That was a bad look for Javon Kinlaw. Bad look for the 49ers. It was bad all the way around. And it's unfortunate to see, man. It's unfortunate. And it left me thinking, with the way sports media is today, with the way these athletes are today, social media is, I'm afraid we're going to get into a situation where somebody puts hands on somebody, and that's going to be all bad. And I'm not just saying that here with the San Francisco 49ers, just sports in general. I feel like we're getting close to that, and I don't want to see that. That's not cool.
I think I don't. Well, it's hard to say we're not headed to that, because Grant isn't alone in the way that he operates, right? Like, Grant Cohn he's been a weird. It was always kind of, you introduced me to him, and it was always kind of weird to have him on the show. I always thought he covered the 49ers really well, but he often acts like he hates the team, which to me is like, I understand you don't have to be a fan of the team you're covering, right? Jason Jones did a fantastic job covering the Sacramento Kings. You don't have to be a fan of the Sacramento Kings to cover them. You have to cover them fairly, but you don't have to be a fan of them.
Right.
I never thought Grant Cohn really covered the San Francisco 49ers fairly.
Right.
He covered them in a way, and I think you laid this out beautifully, that was like antagonistic.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it was for likes, retweets, whether it was to cater to a certain crowd or another crowd, it just never came across as like, this isn't reporting. This isn't what we do. Now, what Kenny and I do, like, I don't consider us reporters. Like, we're not in the field. We're not digging for information. We don't do what James does. Like, we're never going to have to get off this show and go, hey, I'm getting a call from one of my sources. We're not Adam Scheftering this thing here where we're answering the phone here on a live show.
Mm-hmm.
But the responsibility of a reporter, I think the number one responsibility, you're not supposed to be the story.
Exactly.
Like, Grant immediately made himself the story.
Right.
Like, he willingly did that. Like, I don't know that anybody would have known what happened at OTAs. That's a situation where if you're Grant, you sort that out with the San Francisco 49ers media people. You're like, yo, what is this? Can I get a minute with Javon to figure out what all of this is? Not on a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Not with, can we get this ironed out? I got to keep working and covering this team. But his first inclination was, I'm going to go record this. I'm going to put this on social media, and it leads to something bigger and bigger. And it's continuing to grow because I think Grant's lost. I don't know if he ever had any support in the 49ers organization, but there are some pretty big names talking about him today that weren't talking about him yesterday. That's problematic for him.
Right. And he loves it. That's a problem. Like, he loves all this. He's like, this is great. He's not trying to, quell the situation at all. He's like, yeah, I'll do it again. You know what I'm saying? And that's the antagonism and the antagonism that he does.
Mm-hmm.
That it could be dangerous, man. It could be dangerous.
Yeah, I get I understand your fear. I understand your fear. It's just such a poor look for. I feel like this industry looks like crap already, because some of the biggest names, like it's like a sideshow now. Sometimes you even have to. How many times do you see something, particularly something that's being pushed out on social media, where you look at it and you watch it and you go, you can't be serious. Like, you really? Like, you think that? Or this is going to get impressions.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to get circulated. This is going to get retweeted. This is going to be liked. This is going to get engagement. And then it becomes, what are we even doing at this point?
Right.
And I just think it makes this entire industry look bad. It's like people already have such a great distrust for the media because of the slant of Fox News and the slant of CNN. You don't know what to believe. You don't know what's news anymore.
Right.
And I think the same has become true with sports. You don't know what's news versus what is just like what's a hot take.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I like Javon Kinlaw as a player. I've always enjoyed our conversations with Grant. This is just a bad look.
Yeah, for sure.
James Ham's a great look, and he is the epitome of what a reporter should be. He's our reporter. He's our insider. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Be right back.
Go ahead and pod me down over there, Casey. I'm gonna do a little reset and see if I can get things working over here. 1 second, everybody. Uh-oh. There we go. All right. I'm not confident this is going to work. Jesse, can you hear me? try that. All right. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Oh, like the Wi-Fi is bad in there? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll switch back to Kenny. Hopefully he comes back before the break. All right. Oh yeah. It sounds like hell. I'm trying, man. Doesn't sound good on my end though. Doesn't sound good. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that, Dr. David. Ain't nothing wrong with that, buddy. Man, I think that's what it is, Ramsey. I think that's what it is. It's killing the Madison studio. Either that or they shutting off the internet on Jesse. Yeah, it's not that he's not welcome. I think before yesterday, I had already kind of formed this. I just don't get it. So might be on hold, and it's not a knock. It's just I just don't get it. Again, it's one thing to you don't have to like the team that you're covering, but I do believe you got to cover them fairly. And part of his social, and I always thought he covered him fairly on the show, but on his social media profile, like he doesn't. And it's like, man, this is bordering on like a shtick. Which is just bad to me. Like if you're not genuine and it's all, I'm cutting in and out. I'm gone. I'm dying, Jesse. I ain't gonna make it. This is the big one. It's over. It's over. You might have to add a commercial or something if Kenny's not back. Yeah, it's all bad. Sorry, everybody. I should have had Kenny leave me where I was. Kenny, really? Oh, maybe. Oh, you know what it is? It's the radio audience that can't hear me. That's what it is. Which just a friendly reminder. We're a radio show. Yeah, I forgot. You guys can you guys can hear everything fine. The radio can't. Switch back. I'm gonna shut that down. So we can go ahead and switch back. All right. So we'll just when James joins us, we don't need to make any changes.
Any switches? My bad.
It's all, what's that?
So where are we at? How long? 15 seconds. All right, here we go. D-Lo and KC, and since Damian can't hear when we're coming back, I'm just going to get right into the extended version of the 13th round. We'll talk.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm still here now. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I guess technology. I guess the technology doesn't like heat. They either that or they shut the internet off at Jet. They forgot Jesse was still at the old building, and they're just like, okay, shut everything down. No one's there anymore.
Is it just Jesse and Charlie over there?
No, I think everybody's still there, but. The running joke is they're going to move out and we're going to be like Carlton upstairs in the bathroom. Like they're going to forget. Hey, who turned off the lights? That's going to be ESPN 1320 when the Odyssey family moves into the big palatial studios in Roseville.
And remember, right before our first, in studio broadcast, at the new place.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to close out the other place. We did say we were going to do a broadcast one last time. The studio where they're at now. What is that, off Madison or something?
One last time? We haven't done it one first time.
We said we were going to close it out.
Did we say that? We were going to do a show from there? Oh, that feels like a terrible idea. Did we say we were going to do that? Because that
Do you remember this? He said he doesn't remember it, but if we're going to do it, we're going to do it. But it's a horrible idea.
It's a horrible. I think we could definitely do a video. I just need people to know that the Will Kane picture is real. I need people to know that directly behind where Jesse is sitting right now is a framed picture of Will Kane. Like, I need people. I don't think we're doing that building again. I think we're supposed to be there the middle of June. We'll do an Instagram or something where you could see. Nope, it's in Golick, Wingo, everybody there.
All there,
right there. I think along with a generic football player, not even a 49er or a Raider or anything. It's just like generic football guy.
Oh my gosh,
big poster. That really spruced up the studio here, didn't we, guys? Like, sure, that's what you did. Absolutely.
That'll put some butts in the seats.
1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, going to join us at the top of the hour. James just came out with Mock Draft 1.0. Kings Beat Mock Draft 1.0. We'll let you know who he's got going at 4 and why for the Sacramento Kings when he joins us at 3 o'clock.
And that reminds me, I'm just dropping knowledge on the whole show right now.
Oh my!
I thought about this. KC's Mock Draft 1.0 tomorrow and every Thursday leading up to the NBA draft.
I like it.
Mock Draft 1.0. I'm in here.
Exciting. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for Mock Draft 1.0. KC's Mock Draft 1.0. And I'm anxious for that'll be four-ish, four mock drafts before the draft.
I think 5 because I'll have one the day of the draft.
Okay, that's good because we're going to have time to fill. It's going to be what I can't wait with KC's mock draft 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and day of mock draft is how you rationalize keeping Shaedon Sharpe at 5 different times. That's what I'm excited about.
The question is going to be, how do I keep him at 4?
Well, see, and that's exactly what I'm expecting in one of these mock drafts is when someone says, boy, there's rumors Shaedon Sharpe's floating there into that top 3. Kenny's going to execute a complicated 6-team trade that winds up with the Kings drafting at 2 so they can get Shaedon Sharpe.
We're going to have to do what we have to do,
And somehow in the process, Sam Presti picks up 13 more draft picks.
Oh, yeah, that's coming. Sam Presti, what they call Robert Williams, Time Lord, he's going to be the draft lord.
It's exactly what it'll be. Speaking of the Time Lord, what the hell is going to happen in Game 5 tonight?
I have no idea. I know I said yesterday that it's clear to me Boston is a better team, and if they take care of the basketball, they should win. But man, I don't know. I really don't know. Because I don't know who's going to show up. I don't really know who's healthy. I don't know who's playing. It's crazy. It's crazy what's going on in this Eastern Conference Finals. And I think the basketball gods and the NBA, they owe us a great final 3 games of this series. I mean, great.
You know what? I would be okay if the Celtics blew them out for the next 2 games and we got a great finals.
I mean, that's a fair trade-off. It's fair, I guess. They could just win by 2 for the next 2 games. That'd be good too.
That'd be fine. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. But to your point about feeling like the Celtics are the better team, the series is tied 2-2. They're plus 28. How are you plus 28 in a series that's tied at 2?
Get those 2 quarters. That's all you need.
3. Give him the fourth. You got to give him the fourth quarter and the blowout loss the other night. And history says one team is going to be up 20 points at some point in this game because it's happened all 4 games this series. One of the teams has been up by 20 points.
If you had to guess who was up by 20 tonight, who would you say?
History says it's going to be Miami. The series says it's going to be Miami.
Fourth.
Yeah, because it goes back and forth. However, I think we break that trend tonight. I don't know that either team goes up by 20. Maybe that's wishful thinking at this point because this has been the blowout conference finals here in each of the conferences. I expect we see that game 4 Tatum again. That's the guy we see tonight. And if we see game 4 Tatum, and if Rob Williams plays, and I guess the belief is Rob Williams is going to play. Of course, he's going to test his knee before the game and all that stuff. And it's wild how he is very literally on a game-to-game basis. Yeah. Like it's not Rob Williams is back. Nope, it's Rob Williams is back for tonight. We'll see what happens for the next game. Marcus Smart, and I'm not going to be able to hear Jesse. I don't know what the status is for Marcus Smart. I don't think he's been ruled in or out officially yet at this point. But you get Rob Williams in there. I think we get game 4 Tatum. I think that's what leads to the Celtics getting a win and what might be the first competitive game of the series.
I hope we see a competitive game. I think we will see one. I think it's going to be close. I think this series, can't remember what I originally picked. I think I picked Boston in 6. I think I'm going to stay with it. I think they win these next 2 games and they get it done.
Marcus Smart's ankle's still swollen. He hasn't been ruled out. So he's still questionable.
That was a rough ankle roll. Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez.
They played well without him. It's just this team. Is it a stretch? Is it too reactionary to say this team goes as Tatum goes?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you saw a situation where Jaylen Brown had 40 and they still looked like a mess because Tatum wasn't going. And when Tatum
had 10 in that game. Yeah. Like that was just such an extreme the other way that he was able to get 10.
Right. And when he's able to get going and you know, be smooth out there and get his easy 30 or whatever the case may be, it's easy work for the Celtics. So I don't think that's too out of line to say that in any case, because he is the straw that stirs the drink in Boston.
Yeah, especially offensively. He is such a special player. We didn't talk about this yet. All first team Jason Tatum made yesterday. We also saw Trey Young made a substantial amount of money yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He got the all NBA team bonus, but the all NBA teams were named yesterday. Any beef? Jokic, Giannis, Book?
Nah, I mean it all made sense to me. You know, I didn't see one that.
I mean, the tough one is, and we knew this. Like I think we had a discussion about this. Jokic was the MVP. He was probably going to get all NBA first team for that. Like You're the most valuable player in the league. Joel Embiid being on the second team, that's just a tough casualty to that position.
Yeah. And we talked about that during the season where it was like, this guy was the MVP, or in some people's eyes, MVP candidate. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be second team all NBA just because of the way it's set up. You think that it should stay that way? You think it should stay by position?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. As opposed to what? Naming just the 5 best players in the NBA?
Five top 5 guys.
How different do you think it would be if that's what they did?
I think Devin Booker wouldn't have been on there, and it would have been Joel Embiid. And that's the reason why I wonder about that and why, it's so vital is because I don't know how much money Joel Embiid might have lost because he wasn't a first team All NBA guy. I don't know if that matters in certain contracts or what.
Well, if he lost, then it was like bonus money. If he lost anything, he didn't lose like the trade provision, or
Right.
he didn't lose
Well,
any. He's already gotten all of those.
if I lost $1, I'm not happy.
Understandable. As we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Hammer, I want to get to your mock draft, Kings Beat mock draft 1.0 here in just a minute. But any beef with the All-NBA teams named yesterday?
No, I mean, look, when it comes to Embiid, I mean, that's tough, but there's a better center, right? So if you're just going to go straight up and say that, each positional, and I know that's not what they do. There isn't, like, they don't break it up into point guard, shooting guard, small forward, that stuff. But when it comes to it, like, you're not going to put two centers on there for the most part. And so it happens. And, I think that's why a lot of media members don't like participating in the postseason grades, postseason like voting and stuff, even all-star voting, because we have, as media members, an ability to have someone make a bunch of money or lose a bunch of money because of these voting, mechanisms.
Man, so much talk about trading Siakam like all year, and he's an All-NBA 13 player. Like that's it just brings into full context how wild that discussion was last year of potentially moving on from Siakam. Like, no, yeah, he's really good. He's really, really good.
I take him.
Round this out. Yeah, exactly.
I definitely take him. There was a concern after the year after Kawhi that, he wasn't this number one that everybody thought he might be. And that's, that was a little bit, I don't want to say a stain. That's saying too much, but that, was a little bit of a stigma, like, oh, maybe we overrated this guy. But the way he's bounced back in the last 2 years, dealt with some injuries and still was able to bounce back. And now he's All-NBA third team. Man, big ups to Siakam. I'm happy to see that for him, man, because they were definitely questioning him for sure.
I think we're still at the point, though, where we don't know if he's a legitimate number one. Like, I mean, he's a good player. He's, a 1-2, but I'm not sure that he's a full-fledged number one.
Who, in your opinion, James, real quick, not to cut you off, who was a number one in Toronto this year? And I'm literally asking because I don't know. Was it Siakam? Was it Van Fleet? Was it just they didn't have a number one and they played well together? Was it more something like
Scotty Barnes?
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes?
I mean, that's a really good team overall, and it's a really well-coached team. I think that's something that gets lost there, what Nick Nurse has done in Toronto. I mean, he's just an exceptional coach. And they've got really good players. I mean, Gary Trent's a solid NBA. You remember we had this discussion about how many starters? I mean, they got 5 at least. 5 legitimate NBA starters. OG Anunoby, Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent, Siakam, the rookie. Like, they've got a really, really nice roster. And does it have a superstar? I wouldn't put Pascal Siakam in superstar territory, but when so many other players were, this was a year where there's plenty of guys who were injured. Kawhi Leonard's not going to make that. Dame Lillard isn't going to make the All-NBA team. Paul George. Did Paul George make it? I don't think so, right?
No, he did not.
Yeah. So, I don't have a lot of problems with the list itself, but at the end of the day, I'm sure it's good food for thought.
Karl Anthony Towns, LeBron James, Chris Paul, Trae Young, Pascal Siakam. That was the third team. JoJo, Ja, Steph, KD, DeMar DeRozan. That was the second team. And then, of course, Jokic, Giannis, Luka Doncic, Devin Booker, and Jason Tatum made all NBA first team right there. And Kings Beat Mock Draft 1.0 is available out there on the kingsbeat.com. Who do you have going at 4 for the Sacramento Kings and why?
Okay, so I'll break it down this way. Jaden Ivey is going number 4 in the mock, but I'm doing this year, especially early on. I did a mock 0.5 where I just did the top 15. This is the first one where I did a full all 30 teams, which it came in just under 7,000 words, which not only was a bear for me, but a horrible, horrible bear for my wife who had to edit it. That was absolutely horrible for her. I just, probably took 5 hours. Yeah, it's brutal to go through these things. But I'm doing it's a consensus draft early on. I'll change a little bit here and there, like what I think will happen as we get to like the last week. But I use Brett Huff's consensus mock, which I think is spectacular. He, basically pulls all of the best big boards and mock drafts and comes out with a consensus. And I think early on, it's the best way to do it because we're going to see guys move up and move down. But I also know that like a lot of that isn't pure. Like there are reasons why some guys get pushed way up high on mock drafts and then all of a sudden go like number 15. And that's because there's aging games. There's all kinds of things in play, or especially early on in the mock. Once we get close to the actual week of the draft, you're going to see much more concise and very like different mock drafts, even from some of the big guys.
So you think that there's more movement towards the end? Because I always felt like around the last week or two, people were pretty much solidified in what they did. All the talking was done early. Then if you weren't going to do anything at come the last week or so, you probably weren't going to do anything unless something blew you away on draft day. But you think it's actually the opposite from, the things that you've experienced, where it's pretty status quo early in the process. In the last 2 weeks or so, that's when deals are made and some willing and dealing happens.
I think like it's hard to explain. I think when we get closer to draft day, that's when guys who are in the industry who do mock drafts, that's the week where they really do put what they know in there, and they predict how the draft will actually go. Like I know, like maybe 4 years ago, I nailed the first 11 picks in the draft. Like that's not easy. But I had a lot of intel. Like this year, maybe I'll have good intel. But I think there's also going to be quite a bit of movement in this draft. I think number 7's up for grabs. I think number 4 is up for grabs where the Kings are at. And when, those get traded, that can definitely it can change the way that the draft works out completely. Maybe there's a team that falls in love with Shaedon Sharpe and moves up to number 4. Maybe it's Keegan Murray. Someone falls in love with Keegan Murray and they know they're number 6 or number 7, and the only way to get him is to get to number 4, so they can take him before someone else might take him at like number 5. So like it totally mixes up the draft if there are trades. But I think the last week it's where you start really honing in on the information that you know to be true, not a bunch of fluff, not a bunch of moving guys around just to move them around, but because that's what you think is going to happen.
Is it Shaedon, and Keegan Murray kind of in that? It appears there's a first tier of draft picks, right? With Paolo, Chet, and Jabari. Is the second tier those guys I just named, Sharpe, Ivey, and Keegan Murray? Is AJ Griffin in that category? Is anybody else in that category? Or are we really zeroed in? If the Kings are selecting at 4, it's likely one of those guys.
Yeah, I would say that it's more like you're missing some tiers. So if I'm looking at, like, in all honesty, the way I would look at this particular draft is that there's, a top 2 that's clear, that we know that it's very likely that Jabari and Chet will go 1-2 in some fashion. As of right now, like a lot of intel that I'm hearing is that Jabari is going number 1, Chet could go number 2. That could change because OKC could want to move out of that position. But that's kind of where it's at right now. Then I think there's a second tier, and that second tier is one person, and that's Paolo Banchero. So I don't want to put him in the same tier as the other two because that's just how I break down my my tiers. And then I'd say there's a third tier, and that third tier is Shaedon Sharpe and Jaden Ivey. And again, it's a coin flip. Whoever you like better, whoever you think will be a better player. Then we get to like this fourth tier. And in that fourth tier, you can throw Keegan Murray in there. You can throw AJ Griffin. You can throw Benedict Mathurin. You can throw some of those guys all sort of in one like fourth/fifth tier. Guys like Johnny Davis have come and gone out of that tier. We're seeing some guys move up in the draft, what it looks like right now. But again, we'll have better intel in the final week as we start to really, really ramp up what's true and what's not, what's being pushed and what's actually factual. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I think again, there's probably 10 tiers in the draft. And I think it's really interesting because you can look at this so many different ways. Like Sam Vesney from The Athletic, who I consider like him and Mike Schmitz from ESPN are number one and number two when it comes to drafts, in my opinion at this point. Like they just have Mike does all the groundwork and then Sam does all of the background. He basically does deep background in every single one of these guys. And Sam was asked during a podcast, like very specifically, when you look at tiers, is there tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? Do you look at them historically as this is a tier 1 player, or do you so you might start your tiers, but then for a guy like Vesney, he moves his tiers back to wherever he actually thinks that they fit historically. So he doesn't believe there's a tier 1 prospect in this draft. And that to me, that's really interesting.
Kings fans are very familiar with tiers on draft day. When you go back to the 2007
All-Star Weekend, November 7th, it doesn't matter. Just tiers all year long.
Yeah. But to bring this into context, if memory serves me correctly, I remember 3 tiers of the 2017 draft. Fultz was 1. He was clearly going number 1. Lonzo was clearly going number 2. And then, whatever else happened next kind of shook out that way. And if memory serves me correctly, De'Aaron was the end of that kind of that third group of players that included Tatum and Josh Jackson. But just when you talk about tiers, you talk about Markelle Fultz was the consensus number 1 overall pick. And while I believe he's a very, very good player, Lonzo Ball was the consensus number 2 pick.
Yeah.
Neither one of those guys are Jason Tatum.
No. I mean, if you redraft that, I mean, you can even go like
Donovan Mitchell
and Bam Adebayo go back to back at like 13 and 14. I mean, John Collins goes 19. That's an exceptional
Jared Allen's
draft
in this draft. Yeah.
So even if you look at that draft, I think we had a tier 1, we had a tier 2. Tier 2 was Lonzo. Then I think we had a tier 3 that was actually Josh Jackson and Jason Tatum. Then I would have put like Fox in tier 4 with Isaac, and there were a couple of guys like even
Dennis Smith was probably
Dennis Smith, yeah.
Dennis Smith Jr., that's right.
Yeah, he put up a 48-inch vert and stunned everybody, and it was like, holy cow. He really, like from the jump, looked like Stephon Marbury. That to me, who he always looked like. And he's had trouble staying anywhere because that was a knock on him coming into the draft. Like we heard a lot about it coming into the draft, that he told his teammates at NC State, hey, look, I don't want to be your friend. I want you to feed me the ball and get out of the way because I'm only going to be here 1 year and then I'm going to the league.
Come on, man.
and no one was like, he didn't make any friends. And he left NC State, and then now he doesn't make any friends now. And it's like, talent doesn't trump everything.
This is the truth. When you look at this particular draft, the 2022 draft, and we talk about the Kings picking at 4, a lot can happen with 4. But if they're drafted, if they keep the pick and they stay at 4, is there anybody we're missing that, could be an option? Like, it doesn't seem like AJ Griffin is an option. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like it's really those 3 guys, Keegan, Jaden and Shaedon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're missing somebody. I mean, that's like we always think. Again, we believe too much in mock drafts. I think that's what I would tell you at the end of the day. We believe way too much in mock drafts because there's always somebody that is much like better liked by certain teams. I mean, we're hearing right now that like Jaden Ivey, there are some people who like him number 1, number 2 on their draft boards. They think he should be that high, and they're confused why he's not that high. So when it comes down to this, and I don't mean like mock draft people, I mean NBA franchises believe that he should be a top 1 or 2 pick in this year's draft. So it really does always come down to like the mixture of potential and everything else. Like I think AJ Griffin has a ton of potential. It's very, very untapped. It's very raw. The one thing we do know he can do is shoot the lights out. So he might be one of the best shooters in this draft. And he's certainly one of the best shooters at the top end of the draft. But, you know, he has to compete against guys like Ben Mathurin, who I think is, you know, probably, if I were to really judge the two, I would take Mathurin over him just because.
You liked Mathurin a lot during the tournament, if I remember correctly.
I did. I think he's a guy like who has a good chance to average 18 points a game or more in the NBA. And like be a really, really strong number 2. Like he could average 20 points a game without any problems. But like I think he's one of those players that you almost can't, he's going to score. You know, like Paolo Banchero, we know he's going to score. Even like when Marvin Bagley was coming in the league, I would have drafted Luka number 2. I've said that. I said that on draft night. I said right when the pick came in, I would have drafted Luka, but Marvin Bagley should have been a 20 and 10 guy. Like you can look at his skill set, you can look at his athleticism, everything told you he was going to be a guy who could average 20 and 10, and he could still average 20 and 10. You know, he could go on to figure out the injury bug and start to progress as a player. I think he still has that potential. But when it comes to like Paolo Banchero, I know you're going to see that. I'm not sure that there are that many like sure bets in this year's draft. And that's why, like, again, Banchero's up there number 3. But will it impact winning? Like there are other things that go into the equation once you get up there. And I think that's where the Kings probably miss the most, that it doesn't matter what Marvin Bagley could do. He probably can't impact winning the way, well, he cannot. I won't say probably. He cannot impact winning the way that Luka does. And that's a problem. Like you missed on a guy who literally is a franchise-changing player, whether it's, you know, averaging 30 points or it's averaging 20. It didn't matter. He was a franchise-altering player, and Bagley proved to not be that.
Is there a guy, I'm not saying somebody like Luka, but somebody that affects winning with this particular group? Like, do you think Jaden Ivey is that type of guy who, like, you know, Keegan might be 20 and 10, but Jaden Ivey will help change your franchise?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because Ivey, I mean, he's, for as good as he is, he's still really raw. So, I mean, I think that the top 2 guys, they're guys that really should impact winning. You know, you can love Chet Holmgren or not, but I mean, the guy's one of the best defensive players in this draft. He averaged like 3.5 blocks a game. He can shoot the 3. He can score in the post. He can defend just about anybody. You know, so those are players that, you know, are going to impact the bottom line. Jabari Smith is to me, again, you know, probably a cross between Jaren Jackson Jr. and LaMarcus Aldridge. Like he's got some nice mid-range game as well. He's got the ability to shoot the 3. He's not a great shot blocker, but I think he's a better shot blocker than he was allowed to show because he played with Walker Kessler. And Walker Kessler was just like the most dominant shot blocker that we've seen in a long time. Just absolutely crazy what he could do. But again, he took advantage of the fact that he had an elite defender next to him who could go defend the perimeter and slow guys down and keep a body on guys, and then he just picked up the blocks. So, yeah, I think that those 2 guys are really the ones that I would circle and say the best chance to be franchise-changing players that can actually win games. But I don't think either of them equate to like MVP quality player. Like, they can be all-stars, but I don't think that they can be superstars, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
it does. How much of Jabari being number one, do you think shook out after the lottery? Because I feel like for a lot of the NCAA season, we were hearing about Chet. Chet's going to be the number one pick. Of course, Gonzaga's on this run. Gonzaga gets to the tournament. They're winning games. Chet Holmgren. And now all of a sudden, I feel like within the last week, it's become Jabari Smith.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is that, a specific team likes him a lot at number one, but also that has made it, from what I know, has made it pretty clear that that's going to be the selection. So he fits really well. You could see Chet Holmgren actually be a guy that fits as well in Orlando, because they do love their crazy long players. They Mo Bamba, Jonathan Isaac. They just keep going out and getting these guys that are super lengthy players.
They're like the Kings with guards.
Yeah, or centers. They just keep drafting. Yeah. So, I think one of the good things is for the Kings that there are no centers and there are no point guards in the top. Well, Jalen Duren is he'll probably be the first center off the board around number 10. Mark Williams will be off the board around number 15. But the first true point guard is Ty Washington, middle of the first round. He might not even go in the lottery. When can you remember a draft where there wasn't a true point guard?
right.
It's just crazy.
Man.
Yeah,
you could have had Ty and TT together. What a missed opportunity.
Oh,
He might go to Chicago.
Ty and TT.
Ty might go to Chicago. Might happen.
And if they know what's good for them, they'll do it.
James, we talked a little bit on Monday. Myself and Damian, we were talking about how we don't see it with Chet. We're not. It's blurry. We're not seeing it. We don't know what these people are talking about. And I took that conversation. And I said, you know what? Let me look at some different things with Chet. And you know what happened? I rubbed my eyes a little bit, and I was like, still a little blurry. I need glasses, but I kind of starting to see it. Starting to see a little something with Chet, but he's not. I don't think he's as slam dunk as people are making him out to be. There are concerns that I would have for anybody drafting Chet, and I almost feel like it's. I don't think it's that drastic. But part of me feels like it's feast or famine. He's either going to be really, really good, or it's just not going to work out at all. That might be a little dramatic, but I'm starting to see a little something with Chet that I wasn't seeing a few days ago, about a week ago.
Yeah, I think defensively, if you look around, if JaVale McGee could defend the perimeter better, that's kind of who he would be defensively. He's so long, and even around the basket, I think the reason why JaVale keeps getting contracts everywhere is because you have to defend JaVale McGee. If not, he'll shoot 90% on the season. Because he dunks everything. And you're going to see that from Chet too. He is go gadget arms. He doesn't even really need to leave the floor, and he's already dunked. And you're like, what just happened? But then he has all of these other skills that, it's a transition to the modern big man. I think, again, DeMarcus Cousins was part of the, this big change in the way big men, went about their business at the NBA level. Guys that can handle the ball, that can lead a break. And then you see sort of the different versions of it as it comes out. Embiid and Cat and Anthony Davis, all of them have this ability to handle a ball like no one had before. And I think Chet is just another version of that, except for he really does take defense seriously. And he likes to block shots, and he can stretch the floor. I think most people believe he can shoot the three much better than he has. And I think he's a 3-level scorer. I really do. He's just different, and he can pass. He's got good court vision. Some of the worries are that you have to get him involved early, or he can disappear a little bit. And I think the Kings are a team that they don't mind getting someone involved early, but he would fit in right alongside Sabonis on the front line. And then when Sabonis leaves the floor, you still got a guy. He can shift over and play the 5. When you bring him Sabonis back in, you're not having this big drop off. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed last season, but the second Sabonis walked off the floor and you had this like beautiful offense running where everyone's cutting and doing all this stuff, all of a sudden it regressed right back to this, everyone's standing around watching each other thing. And it wasn't really because of Rashawn Holmes. It was because you didn't have Tyrese anymore to do all these pick and rolls with Holmes. So it's almost like all you could do was shoot the three. You couldn't get inside. They had the whole thing stopped. Well, if you add the right player here, that's not going to be a problem. Like, you can continue to run the offense through Sabonis early and then Holmgren late if they end up finding a way to get to number 2, or if some way he falls to number 4. So I definitely think like he's a player that he's kind of like a little unassuming. Like he may disappear here and there, but again, it's a young player thing. And I think, again, he's shy and he's a like string bean for sure. But just think of what he must have like felt like growing up. Like what did he look like at like age 8? He was probably like 5'11". Like it's really hard because, I think his whole life he's probably been someone where people are like, oh my gosh, how tall are you? And can I push you over? Like, so I think him opposed to like some of the other players that are even his size in this draft, it's just different because he's so skinny.
He's tougher though than I thought.
Oh yeah.
I, like Kenny, dove into watching a lot of his game film, and yeah, he's a lot tougher than I gave him credit for what I saw from him in the NCAA tournament and the random Gonzaga games that we watched throughout the year. We'll come back. James Ham isn't going nowhere. We'll talk more about the draft. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll talk more about these variety of players that may or may not fit with the Sacramento Kings. And James, I want to ask you something that Kenny and I were talking about Monte McNair and the fact that he doesn't have a contract extension, what that might mean. And we'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I assume we're clear. I don't know. I can't hear you.
It's all good. Man, I forgot to get here. God, hot in this room.
Really, mine's cold. Like this room, it's the hottest room in the house and the coldest room in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if the air is not on, I'm gonna be here looking like that meme, just sweating like crazy. If the air is on,
go full Kenny Thomas.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. If
too.
the air is on by 3 o'clock, and it's a little chilly in here.
Yeah, some good questions in here. Like Chet has a really high basketball IQ. NBA rigged, he does. His IQ is off the charts. He's a kid who's been known, and played basketball a long time. And I think Jaden Ivey, we get caught up in his athleticism and his like quick burst and all that stuff. But you forget that he's a coach's son, and that he's going to be a lot smarter than what you think he is on the court. And I think just like his athleticism, sometimes it hides in his athleticism. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Man, Casey too scared to get the LASIK, so he didn't rub that.
Doing the LASIK, man.
So the funny thing about that is, when you get LASIK, you're not supposed to rub your eyes for like a span of a certain amount of days. I don't remember how long. And I remember one day, and I was nearing the end. I don't know exactly where it was, but I was nearing the end, and I was in the shower and just washing my face. And I remember going, oh my God, I think I just rubbed my LASIK away. I just ruined it. I'm not going to be able to see again. Turned out I was okay, but I was pretty freaked out for a minute.
The paranoia.
The wife got LASIKs a while ago.
It's awesome.
But she's an attorney who stares at a computer screen all day. It's really, if you're wearing contacts, that just suffocates your eyes because your eyes can't breathe with contact lenses on. So yeah, I highly recommend the LASIKs, although I've never had it, but the wife had such a great response.
For people watching this, you're at home, got the TV a respectable distance away. First time you're able to read that bottom line, man, that is just you could see the Kings lost without squinting. Like you could just I can't make out what that says. I remember the moment I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I can read that. That was the moment.
The score sometimes for me.
Yeah.
The score is just like a struggle. It's like,
yeah.
Wait a second.
Brad Clayton, Chet is a star.
Just wanted to see Brad's avatar. That's all.
No.
Brad said there's no such thing as a true number one. That's a media made up term.
What, that true number one?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. It's best not to respond to the stuff Brad Clayton says. Just sometimes you just let Brad talk and we all kind of deal with it.
Yeah. I'll say that like Chet, like at a minimum, I would put him at like Andre Kirilenko. But
I saw that the other day too, and I was like, wow.
But modern day Andre Kirilenko that can handle the ball and shoot the three. Like, just think if Kirilenko could handle the ball and shoot the three. So.
Yeah. Andre Kirilenko, I'm not even going to say his nickname right now, but he was shifty. Like, he's a guy that moved. He's a guy that had wiggle for his size.
Well, and he was like a really, really impactful player. That's what I mean. Like, Kirilenko, like, led to wins. Like, all of the things that he does. You know, guys like Sean Marion, like, they may not be perfect, but all of the things that they do lead to winning. They impact the bottom line, the only bottom line that should actually matter.
I said yes. You said we're coming back? Okay, hold on. Back here on D-Lo and KC, we got James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider in here. We're talking a little bit about the Kings, about the draft, everything that's going on. But all that's on pause because we're now talking about boxing. Now that Damian,
stop it. I can hear the rejoiner music. I'm perfectly capable of bringing us back from break. I just know you like doing it, and every time you do it, you launch into something about boxing.
Well, it's Tank Davis fight week.
Nope.
James, you know who Tank Davis is?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Do you know who Canelo is?
Nope.
Damn.
No, I stopped. I kind of gave up. I liked boxing. I was a boxing fan forever. But then, like, I'm not an MMA guy at all. Like, I just don't get it. I don't like watching it. If I'm at a bar, like, drinking and having food, I don't want to watch it on TV.
Yeah.
And
not
then,
my bag.
What's that?
So it's not my bag, the whole MMA thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, to each his own. Like, I just don't get it. So it's okay.
Boxing's just too much to deal with right now.
Yeah.
I don't know who's a champion. I don't know who's what. I just know when Kenny's really excited, I'm excited for him. And it seems like there's a fight every week that you're excited about. So
this run that they've gone through for like the last 6 weeks is absolutely one of the great moments of all time. Well, in the last couple of years. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll take that.
The string of fights they've had the last 6-7 weeks we haven't seen nothing like this maybe ever.
Just a bunch of fights?
Big fight. Usually you got to, maybe you'll get 2 fights in a row and then there'll be nothing for about a month or so. And it has that type of, it goes in that type of cycle. This one, like I said, probably the last 6
weeks. This is why he does this. This is why he brings up boxing, because he knows if he does, we can get about 4, 5, 6 minutes out of it. We can get the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th round in here in the final hour of the show. Kenny knows what he's doing. He ain't
out to the 13th round.
You ain't fooling nobody. 13th round of it.
I'm trying to get us to Vegas for.
You're always trying to get us to Vegas, dude.
Versus Tank. And then, we'll be there live broadcasting from Vegas. When you're there live, you'll be like, well, got to thank Kenny.
We'll be live from Las Vegas for a fight that we'll spend 2 minutes during a commercial break talking about. That's That's what it. And Rob W said, "Can you rope y'all into it?" That's what he does, man. Let me ask you this question. We were talking about Monte McNair earlier. I had this realization. Now that we know this is the last year of Monte McNair's deal, he signed a 3-year deal. And that always sticks out to me because of Ty Lue and the Los Angeles Lakers, where Ty Lue just flat out told them, I'm not signing a 3-year contract. Sign me to a 4 or 5 year deal like every other coach in the league gets. I will not sign a 3-year deal. And the Lakers said, that's what we're offering. And Ty Lue said, I'm not taking it. But I can understand Ty Lue in that regard, like the difficulties of, taking that's a really short-term deal. I can't imagine the difficulties in signing that deal when you're taking over a franchise that has been as mismanaged and poorly run as this one. And just for absolutely no reason, then I have too much time on my hands. I realized Monte McNair's contract was lined up with Luke Walton's. Luke Walton's contract expires next year, at the end of this next season, as does Monte McNair's. And it just started forming all sorts of weird theories in my head that none of them probably made any sense. But is there anything was Monte really, did he believe in Luke? Did he really believe? Because there's always been the question, and maybe there always will be, whether it was Monte's decision to bring Luke Walton back. Does any of this matter, or do I just need to find a hobby?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that the first year he had to bring him back with no question, right? That was like when he got the job. It came with the sort of the little asterisk that you have to keep. I'm not sure that it didn't come with an asterisk that said you have to keep him a year or two as well. Like if it's not a complete disaster where we win 20 games, you probably got to keep him again. So they had a good relationship. Luke is easy to get along with. Like I got along with Luke really well. Overall, I mean, he's a good dude. He likes to talk basketball. And I'm sure that there were guys that he wanted. He begged them to go get, specific things. Like he needed a stretch 4 and, there were some things that he really wanted to get. I think when you bring up the fact
Luke asked for that.
Yeah. I mean, Luke was vocal like any other coach would be. Like in the modern NBA, if you don't have a stretch 4, you're in trouble. That's why the Kings are looking. They really wish they were in the top 3 because all 3 of those guys can be looked at in some way or another as a scoring 4 or stretch 4. Paolo Banchero is probably the worst shooter of the group, but even he can probably shoot 36% from 3, especially from the corner, and that just helps space everything. I remember Dave Yeager telling me at one point that just look how different our offense looks when Anthony Tolliver's on the court versus when we don't have Anthony Tolliver, or when Nemanja Bjelica is on the court versus anyone else. And people can talk trash all they want about Bjelica and he's slow and he can't defend anybody. The fact is that when you have a guy at that position that can shoot, it changes the whole dynamic of the team. So, that's a big deal. So yeah, Luke did ask for some things, he would have preferred to have played Bjelica over Bagley to start that season, where they basically just threw Bjelica baby out with bath water, basically. But let's get back to the question at hand, which was the Monte McNair thing. I think that when you take a job, you instantly, you don't no one takes a job thinking, oh, I'm going to be here 3 months. You always think that, okay, this could be the job that I'm going to be in for a while, right? Especially when you're in the NBA and you're getting a first GM job. So he took a job that A, probably didn't pay him enough. B, that didn't have enough years on the contract. But then the other thing that he did, I'll point out, is he knew he had a 3-year deal, and he wasted the first one. He wasted not only do you have a 3-year deal, but you had a 3-year deal in COVID times where everything's compressed, and he took the job in September, and then we had the draft and free agency in a 3-day period, right afterwards. So he took a job knowing that he's almost going to throw away that first season. So you kind of took a 2-year job. And that's really strange because that's not typically how it works. And I think he's done a good enough job. I'll keep saying this. I think he's done a good enough job to this point. You let him make a franchise-altering trade that you probably should let him see this thing through for a couple
Some
more
would
years.
argue he threw away the second season too.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can make that argument completely.
Like you used the line earlier. You're talking about Domantas Sabonis. We used the line earlier. The Monte McNair traded Tyrese Halliburton and an 82-game season for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Like I told you that in the beginning. Like they walked into that season with two guys that were standing on the outside waiting to get traded.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of those guys, they had to play. They had to play Buddy Hield. They didn't play Marvin Bagley most of the early part of the season. I think he sat like the first 15 games or something. Maybe he played for a couple of minutes in one game. But
was it the home opener? Didn't he come in the home opener?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
but then he sat forever. I mean, he really hadn't played a whole lot early in the season. And it wasn't because he was unhealthy. He was ready to play. So, yeah, I really do think that the way that he jumped into the job was strange. He took a job that was very short term by NBA standards. He didn't even jump right in that first offseason. He made some adjustments on the fly and then hoped that some of those would transition to a better sort of base around his core. Mm-hmm. It didn't work out. And then, he made the big move. So, yeah, I think maybe it changes the calculus for how he deals with this pick. We all hear that, that they're going to shop this pick hard and that the number 4 pick is available for the right deal. All of that's true. It's a prerequisite for the coaching search that whoever it was, knew that they need to get the team into the playoffs next season. So that changes everybody's thinking. And that's like a mandate from ownership that you need to get better now. And so it changes everything because you don't walk into the draft with the same mindset that you normally would, where you're going to draft a player with the highest possible ceiling at number 4. That might still be what happens, but that would be because all of the other trade scenarios and the things that they might have wanted to do really didn't work out. Because at the NBA level, you can have the greatest idea possible, and you can work it out on Trade Machine every single day, and it works. But if the other team doesn't say yes, then you don't have a deal. And you got to move on. So, and you got to, make whatever changes you have to do.
And Hector in the chat brings up a point. He says, to be fair, he tried trading Buddy in the summer, and the deal fell through. But to me, and he's right, he thought he had a trade that was locked in. Everybody thought they had a trade that was locked in. It fell through.
A good one.
A real good one. The problem after that was after it fell through, I'm not going to say he didn't try to trade him after that, but he just kind of let it be out there. Tried to trade you, didn't happen. Now come back and perform. Buddy already didn't want to be here, and the trade was messed up. He's really not going to be bought into what was going on. He wasn't going to be starting no more, all this other stuff. So that's where I get a little confused, because he tried to make a trade, didn't work, but you still just brought him back and you didn't move him at all, and you ended up getting Sabonis. So I guess it's all to be determined about how this plays out. But like Damian said, man, you wasted a year. You only had 3 years on your deal, and you wasted 2 of them.
Yeah, it probably a year and a half. Yeah. I mean, I know it wasn't intentional to waste it. I know that, again, someone brings up the Dante thing twice. They, I've made it very clear, I believe that where the Kings missed the playoffs, not this season, but the season before by 2 games, you can't convince me that if you would have just matched the offer for Bogdanovic, that you would have made the playoffs. It's you would have made the playoffs, or at least been right there. Having a guy like Bogdanovic would have meant 2 to 3 wins at a minimum, especially when you walked into that season with 6 or 7 players. Actually, I think it was 5 players, and then Halliburton just happened to be good. And one of those 5 players was Bielitsa, and one of those five players was Corey Joseph, who didn't really fit what you're trying to do. So like they walked into the season without really knowing what they had, and knowing that they didn't have much.
I need to point out Bogey played 44 games that season.
Okay.
And that was
out of 66.
No, I
72.
think it was 72. I think he played
Yeah.
44 out of 72 last year, 82 game season. He played 63 out of 82. That's fine in Atlanta. I don't feel like that would play well here. Matching a $70 million contract, the Kings would be in more salary cap hell. They'd be, even by what you just said, marginally better. Oh, I don't imagine all this love everybody has for the Atlanta version of Bogey would disappear real quick if Monte McNair had matched that contract.
Oh no, it's very possible that it would have worked out poorly, but at the same time, it would have given you the opportunity to trade Buddy Hield much earlier because you had a need, and at that point you had a need to get value for Buddy Hield, where you didn't have to. If you had Bogdanovic, you didn't have to get value. You could have changed your roster. You could have reset your roster. So it's always that thing, like we always talk about, well, if they would have done this, you can't just translate right over. Like Bogdanovic played, 60-something games. What was it you said? He played 44.
44 year 44. One in a 72-game season, 63 and an 82.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't know if Bogdanovic would have taken the bad step that, like, flared his knee out.
That's fair. That's fair.
There's so many things that you can look at. And I'll just say, like, either way, you would have had depth where that team had zero depth walking.
Well, I like Bogey. I love Bogey. If the choice was Bogey or Buddy, I would have gladly have taken Bogdanovic. Even despite the fact Buddy Hield plays 82 games every year, or pretty close to it. Like, there's so much negative that comes with them. I feel like I don't know. It doesn't matter. The choice wasn't Bogey or Buddy. The choice for Monte McNair was he confident he can navigate himself out of the situation he would have been in if he had matched that deal? Because you talk about value, and I think that's an important point to bring up. The second that contract is matched by Sacramento, one of those two players doesn't have value because everyone knows that Monty needs to move one of them. Almost certainly in this situation, Buddy. And Buddy's value becomes nothing. There is no even remotely entertaining a Kyle Kuzma trade. And, he ultimately, and I guess it doesn't matter, he winds up as a piece that goes to kind of a salary filler that goes to acquire Domantas Sabonis, but you're not getting that back.
No, it's complicated, but I could make the argument that, first of all, the Lakers love Bogdanovic. If the Kings would have made that deal, they would have just matched with Bogdanovic. They had to wait. There was a couple of months they had to wait before they could trade him, but they could have traded him for Kuzma.
But we're still stuck with Buddy.
Yeah, but then you can go make the other deal to move him. I think the biggest issue that everyone has is that it was asset management. And
Sure.
you had the deal in place for DiVincenzo. The Kings should have scrambled. And I know they did. I know that they were like contemplating all the way up until like the last minute on whether they were going to match the Bogdanovic deal or not. And that's even why, you always hear this saying, well, the Kings turned down a first-round pick. Attila offered a first-round pick in order, before they extended a qualifying, the offer sheet. They extended they called the Kings and say, hey, we're going to give them an offer sheet, but before we do that, once you give them an offer sheet, no more dealing with that team. That team is dead. You cannot deal with them at all. But beforehand, they called the Kings and said, hey, we'll give you a first-round pick. Now, I'll go back and tell you that first-round pick wasn't really a first-round pick. It was an OKC pick that was like so heavily protected that it was going to become 2 second-round picks no matter what. And the second-round picks weren't even that great, if I remember correctly. They weren't high-level second-round picks. So it's complicated, and you can't really say they were offered a first-round pick. They were offered an asset to not match at all. But that's what they thought about it that whole weekend and all the way up. I think they had 4 days to match the offer. And at the end of the day, they came back and said, okay, we can't do it. Like, they did the math. But again, I would have matched just so you could have traded the player later, or you could have made other trades that made sense and helped your roster out more. And the Kings played Bogdanovic at 3 a ton, and Buddy Hield could never really play the 3. Bogdanovic, for some reason, he's long enough that you could play him at the 3. And so those guys could have played together, is kind of my point.
Is it one of these things here, because every time I want to just, rip Monte McNair for wasting the season, in my opinion, and doing all this other stuff, waiting to trade Buddy, firing Luke, and then doing nothing else for another 40 games. I always come back to, at the end of the day, though, he got a guy that they probably weren't going to get any other way. And it cost them Tyrese Halliburton, but they got a guy that can be a part of building this franchise up and in the right direction. And that's where I always have to say, damn, might have sacrificed a year and a half, but he got us something. At least I believe he got us something. He got us something. Is that really what it comes down to? The fact that in a roundabout way, you were able to get a guy that you probably weren't going to be able to get with any of these other trades that we wanted them to make so much earlier.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, how I look at it is you traded the number 12 pick in the 2000 draft and an upside down bad contract in Buddy Hield for Domantas Sabonis. Like if you really strip it down, I mean, that's an incredible trade. And I know that Tyrese Halliburton proved out to be better than a standard number 12 overall pick, but I mean, still, you were able to get a 25-year-old two-time All-Star who plays a position of really a position of need, because the players that you had at that position before weren't going to work long term. I mean, Holmes can be a really good, he can be a starter in the league, and but he has to have a player like Halliburton, or he's not nearly as effective. And Sabonis doesn't need a Halliburton, or like he doesn't need anybody to be really, really good. Mm-hmm. The fact that you've got some other weapons, of course you need floor spacing, you need length, you need all those things around him. But every player needs that stuff as well.
Is there, Kenny and I talked about this, and the show's coming to an end. It's a dangerous question to ask. Is there a scenario where Rashawn Holmes plays for the Sacramento Kings next year?
I mean, it's the scenario that we looked at with Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. It's a scenario where you're waiting for there to be some sort of value play with him, because if he goes into year 2 of that contract and he has a player option for year 4, but if he goes into year 2 and it doesn't go well and he's not playing major minutes, you're losing value nonstop, and you're going to have a tough time getting out of the final.
Do you think he has
$24 million?
Good value now? Well,
I mean, what's good value? I mean, I think he has. I think he has quality value. Like I think that you can.
What's quality value?
Well, again, like I've brought this up a couple of times.
Value.
Yeah.
I think Charlotte would listen for sure. Charlotte would go, okay. I mean, I don't know if you have to take on a Plumlee, but they have the 13th and the 15th pick in the draft.
Always a Plumlee.
I think, they're, it used to be like the traveling Plumlees. There was one on every team. But at this point, like, I look at it and I go, hey, look, there's possibilities that you could get a middle-of-the-road first-round pick for him. I think that's why the Kings are kicking the tires on a bunch of guys in the middle of the draft. They brought in 33 guys for interviews at the Combine. A lot of those guys are smack dab in the middle of the draft and and they've got to find, we talked about this before, they've got to find a Sadiq Bey, they've got to find a Herb Jones, they've got to find that player, and if that means moving back into the middle of the first round, which is where those guys usually land in the draft, I think it's pretty, that's what you're hoping for.
Jesse, we got game 5 tonight?
We do. We got game 5 tonight.
Okay. I assume we're going to the best of D'Lo and KC after this. Marcus Smart is in. Robert Williams is in. Tyler Hero is out.
Oh, boy.
Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals is coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Who's blowing out who? We'll discuss it all tomorrow here at noon on ESPN 1320.
Go Republic.
Go Republic.
Oh, good stuff, man.
Yeah, so, like, I'm not quite sure what this means, but Holmes doesn't make $15 million. Holmes will make like like a little over. He'll make a little less than 11, then a little over 11, then around 12. Like it's a 4-year, $47 million deal, I believe. And if you trade him, there's a 15% trade kicker, which the Kings have to pick up. Yeah. And so it behooves the Kings to trade him after July 1st because then they don't lose the $1.5 million for this season. It's only on the final. I think it's actually only on the final 2 seasons because the 3rd season is a player option, and I don't think you have to pay trade kickers on an option year. But still, if you trade him,
money that the Kings pay.
Yes. So it's money that they pay, sort of. It's they do have to pay it. But in the NBA, you can give up to $3 million cash in a deal. So you could offset, and because a 15% trade kicker, $11 million, what's that? $1.65 million. So you're looking at $3.3 million over 2 years. Because I think that's all that it would be, only for 2 seasons. So you have to pay the trade kicker.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
I do always find a way to bring up Saddiq Bey because Saddiq Bey would work really, really well. He is a prototypical guy that is a 4th starter that does everything you need him to do if you're the Sacramento Kings. A player like that.
I'd love Saddiq Bey here. That would be phenomenal.
Yeah. It's funny, like in that draft, I liked Aaron Nesmith better than Bey. Because Bey was who he was, but you thought that Nesmith, again, that's where we get caught up with like the Keegan Murray thing, right? What did he average as in
23?
In college? Yeah, but look at Nesmith.
Nesmith was balling at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and so that's one of those where you look at him and you're like, okay, could that happen with a player like Keegan Murray? Like, does it fully translate? Yeah, at Vanderbilt, he averaged 23 points per game.
Yeah, he was balling.
Yeah, so, and he shot 52.2% from 3 on 8.2 attempts per game. So, yeah, like there's a lot to that game there where it doesn't, like, scoring at the college level, it just doesn't always translate. It rarely translates. And that goes both ways. Like, Donovan Mitchell averaged, like, I don't know, 12 points a game in college.
Right.
As a sophomore. And, no, those weren't Keegan Murray's numbers. Those were Aaron Nesmith's numbers.
Yeah.
That I said, just so you know that.
Yeah, Keegan Murray it was like 23.7, 23.9, something like that.
Yeah. So, anyway.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Good stuff. Y'all go subscribe to the Kings Beat, kingsbeat.com.
We have Off the Record coming.
Tonight?
Tomorrow
night.
Oh, the G-Man, Gary Gerald.
Off the Record with the Kings Beat, Virtual Happy Hour Part 6, The Voice with Gary Gerald.
I love these names.
Yeah, I love the names too. I love to extend them out and make them ridiculous.
What was infectious disease control?
Infectious disease control with Scott Moak.
That was good. Good.
And then the return, we had Sean Cunningham return to join us last show. Yeah.
I love Sean's background. Sean, I enjoyed the live one too. The live one you guys did
on Monday night.
Tuesday?
Yeah, we did that Monday night, and it went up Tuesday where we made fun of Kenny. Did you get to the end?
I didn't get to the end. I listened to the podcast. I didn't get to the end of it.
The end of the pod, yeah. Yeah,
check it out.
Oh, see, Damien knows what I'm talking about.
Check it out.
I probably shouldn't have said that word, but it's okay. It's all right.
Check it out.
Oh man,
Kenny, we're making fun of you because you're getting ready for a Shaedon Sharpe tattoo, and
that's it.
And we took it to a dark space.
Got weird.
Yeah, not getting that. No, I don't even know. Do you know who Kevin Samuels is? R.I.P. But they had people getting Kevin Samuels tattoos on their thigh. Grown men. It's like, settle down.
Absolutely. That's ridiculous.
I think there's a Kings fan with Jason Williams on his calf or something. I remember seeing that.
Ooh, Giants win. Let's go.
It's over. They won.
Giants won. They were up 9-0 in the second inning, and then Dodgers just lost 1-0.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nat Knowles.
All right.
excellent.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Flip over to Deuce and Mo. They're starting right now. Hit the thumbs up before you leave. Hit the subscribe buttons, and we'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Let's effing go.